Good morning. The Committee on Budget Appropriations Finance meeting of August 28, 2023 is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, can I please have the roll call? As a matter of fact, give me the agenda. Read today's agenda into the record. Let's hold on the roll call for now.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance has scheduled a meeting for Monday, August 28, 2023 at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Attlee Legislative Chambers on St. Thomas to receive testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2024 executive budget for the Government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Block 1, Appropriation Transfers. Invited testifiers, Ms. Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget, Mr. Darrell Jasin, Director, VI Territorial Emergency Management Agency, Mr. Darrell George, Director, VI Fire and Emergency Medical Services. Block 2, Virgin Islands Port Authority, invited testifier, Mr. Carlton Dow, Executive Director, VI Port Authority. Block 3, Legislature of the Virgin Islands, invited testifier, Ms. Corel Sheridan, Executive Director, Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Madam Chair, this concludes the reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can I now have the roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Present. Senator Blyden present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Here. Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Present. Senator Fonseca present. Senator Dana A. Fred Gregory.
Here.
Senator Fred Gregory present. Senator Nobel E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr. absent. Senator Javan E. James Sr.
Present. Senator James present.
Senator James present. Madam Chair, we have 5 members present and 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning again to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to the listener viewing audience, and good morning to everyone within this sound of my voice. Let me take this opportunity to recognize 2 non-committee members, Senator Carla J. Joseph, Honorary Finance Committee member, as well as Senator Angel Bulcas Jr., Honorary Finance Committee members. I want to thank each and every one of you for being here and for your continued interest.
Senator Francis Heiliger is also here.
And I want to continue to thank each of you for your continued interest in the work of the Finance Committee, as we are aware that one of our major responsibilities is that of the Finance Committee. I also want to recognize the presence of Senator Franklin D. Johnson. He is in the St. Croix District. Thank you for being here, Senator Johnson, as well as I just heard Senator Francis Heiliger. I'm not seeing, I guess she's on Teams. Good morning, Senator Francis Heiliger. Thank you for being here. All right, so this morning, today is a day where we are going to hear from the GVI relating to 2 appropriation transfers. There were several other appropriation transfers that has been submitted to the legislature. However, we have to allow the post-audit division to do their necessary true-up, and we do have some concerns with the revenues. So we're going to get into that just a little bit before we start the meeting, and we're also going to hear from the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency as it relates to their appropriation transfer, as well as the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services. And we will hear later on this afternoon from the Virgin Islands Port Authority, as well as the 35th Legislature will hear an update as it relates to the legislature's budget. So let me just be clear. When it comes to the legislature's budget, the legislature budget will be presented in a manner where, for transparency, we will not do a round robin with regards to our legislative budget, because we can't be questioning ourselves, right? So we're going to hear from them, and then we're going to go from there. So again, I want to say good morning to the testifiers. Yes, what? Good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to the director of OMB in particular. I suspect that you will take the lead this morning, Director O'Neill, and I'm going to ask you to take the lead, as you are, correct? You're providing the testimony or the individual testimonies?
Well, thank you, Senator. Good morning. Ms. Woods is going to actually deliver the testimony on behalf
nice.
of OMB. I'm going to have her do that.
Awesome. Nice. All right, Ms. Kamika. Awesome. So we're going to ask you to, Director O'Neill, to put your name and title on the record, and all of the other director commissioners will follow suit, and then we'll have your team do likewise. So you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning. Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget. Joshin.
Good morning, Director Darrell Joshin, Director for the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency.
Good morning, Darrell George, Director of Fire and EMS.
Good morning, Kimika Woods, Associate Director of Budget Operations, Office of Management and Budget.
Good morning, Winston Simon, Deputy Director of Admin and Finance, VITEMA.
That was quick. Do you have anyone on Teams?
No, Senator.
All right, well, we're going to hear from you, Ms. Woods, so you may proceed with your testimony. And I want to commend you, Ms. O'Neill, for your succession planning. That's important.
Absolutely.
It's important. You may proceed.
Good day, Chairperson Donna Fred Gregory, members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, other senators of the 35th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Kimika Woods, Associate Director of Budget Operations for the Office of Management and Budget. I appear before you with Jennifer O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, pursuant to your invitation to provide testimony on the appropriation transfer request for the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services, FEMS, and the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, VITEMA. The Office of Management and Budget has reviewed both requests and has analyzed the information to ensure the availability of funds within both agencies' budgets. For fiscal year 2023, a total of $33,746,207 was appropriated to the FEMS from the general fund. $32,540,207 of those funds are available to meet the agency's daily operational needs. FEMS has indicated a need to reallocate $300,000 from the Other Services and Charges budget category to the Capital Outlay budget category to pay outstanding obligations due to vendors. As of August 15th, there was $998,060 of the $1,069,623 appropriation projected to be available for reallocation. Likewise, for fiscal year 2023, a total of $6,326,824 was appropriated to VITEMA from the general fund. $5,703,072 of those funds are available to meet the agency's daily operational needs. The 34th Legislature provided an additional $100,000 in the appropriation to assist the Department for the procurement of hurricane preparation equipment. However, those funds were placed in the Other Services and Charges budget category versus the Supplies budget category. I think we have changed something. Yeah. Instead of the budget supplies, the supplies budget category. As of August 15th, there was $247,975 projected to be available for reallocation. As both agencies are tasked with providing emergent support to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands, the Office of Management and Budget supports both appropriation transfer requests. Madam Chair, this concludes my testimony. I remain available to answer any questions that the members of this body may have.
All right, thank you. Is it Miss or Mrs. Woods?
Miss.
Miss Woods. All right, thank you for your testimony. So we have the information in front of us as it relates to the need, well, the reason for the budget transfers, and we will hear from the respective departments and agencies what the clear need is and why we do have, I believe that for the VITEMA is very straightforward. I think that that's very clear, but we want to hear more from the, what is it, VIMS? FEMS. Say it again.
Voice, FEMS.
FEMS. We don't come up with things on. FEMS. So we'll hear a little more from FEMS because VITEMA is straightforward. Okay, so colleagues, we're going to go to a 3-minute round. We're going to make this, it's pretty straightforward for the most part. But of course, we are always concerned because I'm just going to get right into it. You know that as we look at the revenues for FY 2023, we're seeing, particularly at the internal revenue, that we have an $81 million shortfall, cash. Director O'Neill? We're going to talk about a little later on, but as we do appropriation transfers, as legislators, it's important for us to make sure that we are not compounding any of the issues that we have here in the territory as it relates to our financials. Like I said earlier, these two are very straightforward. They are our health and safety. However, it's still important for us to query. So we see that we have that challenge. And then no one is here from finance, which I'm certain that they're listening, or you could share with them. But we are very concerned, Director O'Neill, that the financials for the Department of Finance has not been updated since April of 2023. Yes. So it makes it hard for us to do our work because we do, I mean, from the post auditor, myself, we do look and check to see, you know, where the revenues are. And that's one of the reasons why I believe there are 6 appropriation transfers. 5 or 6. I think there's one for education, one for Department of OMB,
Labor.
one for Department of Labor, and Human Services. And that's why they're not on today, because of this overarching concern that we have with regards to the revenues not posted and the clear shortfall that we're seeing here. So we need to balance this. We're not going to move forward absent of the relevant information because we passed a 2023 budget. Do you agree, Director O'Neill?
In principle, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you and I are a lot alike, so if you were sitting here, you'd deal with it the same way. I know you. Okay, so, and then we also looked at the transparency website, and we don't know what the transparency website shares with us that we are seeing $737 million in revenues generated as of, I mean, we look at August, so but we don't know what is really as of, so that also presents a concern for us. So we need to have
that would be, so the transparency site, Senator, is updated probably like a week or two behind. So as of August 11th, we were showing about $760 million in general fund collections. Of course, we have other collections, but the general fund collections were about $760 million on August 11th, as of August 11th.
All right, very well. So again, can you please urge your colleagues to provide, to make sure that their websites are up to date? Because if you have 760 then it means that Department of Finance hasn't updated. So in aligning because of the
Correct.
Correct,
Senator.
information are being updated. Okay, colleagues, we're going to go to a 3-minute round, and we're going to start with Senator Bulkes. You're recognized for your 3 minutes, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Madam Chair, good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. And good morning to the testifying panel. In addition to the chair's remarks, I also noticed that on the Department of Finance's website that the audited financial statements only reflect up until 2020. So I wanted to ask the Director of OMB, is there any movement in getting those audited financial statements updated?
Yes, Senator, thank you for the question. So fiscal year 2020 actually was just completed last month. And fiscal year 2021 and 2022 are being worked on concurrently by the auditors. We expect to have 21 completed by the end of December, and we expect 2022 to be completed by May of 2024, which would then allow us to do 2023 and have it completed by next year, December, getting us current with our financial statements.
Okay, thank you for that update, and we're looking forward to receiving those. Concerning the 100,000 appropriation transfer, could someone shed some light on or some insight on how exactly the allocation will be used to purchase the sand and the sandbags, and if there's a timeline or any expectation for a very hefty hurricane season?
This is Director Joshin from Vitima. We are in 2023 hurricane season, and we always want to go forward and have both sand and sandbags available for the territory covering the islands of St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St.
Director,
John.
your mic up a little bit, please.
There you go.
Right, so this is Director Joshin from Vitima. Thank you for the question, Senator Bulkus. Vitima definitely wants to have sand and sandbags available for the islands of St. Croix, St. John, and Water Island, and of course St. Thomas, to make sure we cover all 4 islands. Right now, we've had historically sandbags, empty sandbags provided by the Corps of Engineers from Irma and Maria storms, and those sandbags are basically falling apart. So we're looking at purchasing new sandbags and then locally purchasing sand for the territory, sir.
Thank you for that. Last question before my time expires. If I might ask, were there any alternative solutions or strategies considered before arriving to the conclusion that a appropriation transfer was the only
30 seconds.
option for what we're trying to do here?
So Senator, I'll answer that. What is actually happening with the appropriation transfers, just to be clear, is that sometimes a budget category, especially because this budget was completed on a line item basis, we will have charges or bills that we're paying throughout the year that would then cause one to be used a little bit more than the others. So you have funding available in another line item that you just need to move. So it's not new money, you're not increasing the budget overall. It's simply moving it to accommodate the purchase of sandbags and other things that need to be done.
And Madam Chair, may I ask one quick tidbit, please? Thank you. Was that not included in the supplies section when you initially requested the budget, sandbags and sand?
That was the specific purpose for that budget line item. But where it went in, we submitted the request between OMB and Vitima. It ended up where it is today.
Okay, very well. Thank you for your leniency, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bulkes. So basically what you're saying is when we appropriated the funds in FY23, we did a flip-flop on $100,000, right?
Correct.
That's it. So it's very straightforward. But let me ask you a question. So what period do we consider as the hurricane season? And it's a rhetorical question, let me just say.
6 months hurricane season, Senator, from 1 June to 30 November.
Right. So did you purchase sandbags already, or this is your full purchase now?
The sandbags in the past have been from Irma Maria by the Army Corps of Engineers that were left over. And
I
the
see.
challenge is they're just deteriorating so much now that we definitely would like to get new sandbags to be a little bit more durable than we've had in the past.
Okay. I was just wondering why we were so late on, trying to make that happen. Let me just ask a quick question. I need to get clarification on the object. So the object, what is where's the funds coming from for fire? I need to be clear on that.
Object.
I see the org. Which one identifies the category? I can't remember.
The object would be rental of land and
Okay.
building.
So these funds are coming from rental.
Correct.
So we're going to ask that that in the future that we have I think
Okay.
it might be direct suggestion. You have a breakdown of where your funds are coming from, because be mindful that in the legislature we don't do this kind of work, so we need to clearly know where it's coming from.
Understood.
I
We
just
actually
have a
thought about that. We had that
perspective and remember, but
Yeah.
okay.
We had that discussion earlier.
So you're coming
is
from
that
land and
rentals.
rentals.
land
Okay,
and buildings.
Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, the viewing and listening audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, Director O'Neill,
Good morning.
Director George, and Director Joshin, and all other testifiers. And thank you so much for your testimony. This is a straightforward request in respect to VITEMA. My colleague already spoke to the purpose, which is sand and sandbags. My question is, how much would, for 100,000, how much yards approximately would that purchase for sand at your department?
I would say, Senator, the costing we've done, I would say for about 120,000 tons of sand, that's about $14,000. And that's what we're initially looking at purchasing for this year initially. If we have to go back, we'll get, and then for sandbags itself, it would be about a little over $10,000 for 50,000 sandbags.
Okay, very well. And of course, the quality in terms of the sandbag, because I appreciate what you're doing, because it really don't make any sense to put it in those old sandbags and they're all bust before you even get them to where they need to be, and in order for them to really do what they need to be done with them. So I appreciate that. So that's a straightforward one. In respect to FEMS, you're requesting 300,000 to relocate from other services and charge to capital outlay. And it's important also, of course, the chair spoke to, for us knowing where the money is coming from in all of the different requests moving forward. Let me ask the outstanding vendor payments. What type of vendors are we speaking to in terms of your operation? And why is it so important for you to actually pay these individuals in order for them to continue to provide in the service, the important service that's
1 minute.
department?
So, good morning, Darrell George, Fire EMS. The appropriation this body gave us $1 million last year and in the F23 budget to rent a new location. After the hearing, the landlord heard how much you guys gave us, and the price went up, way up. So we didn't do the purchase again. Just luckily this year, we had the opportunity to now rent another location in the same facility that we have.
30 seconds.
Giving us additional space now that we have fire and EMS together. So that's the plan. And the SOS payment is that payment that was talked about in the budget hearing, that we owe $168,000 for the SCBAs that we purchased.
Very well. See, sometimes things happen for a reason. It was a blessing in disguise, basically. So, nonetheless, we appreciate what you guys do, and thank you so much for your responses. Madam Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Just for the sake of all of us, what's STBAs?
SCBAs is self-contained breathing apparatus.
Okay, so you purchased. Oh, that's right. You did share with us that they are on island and you need to pay the vendor.
Yes, ma'am.
And how did they get here again without a purchase order?
The vendor sent them accidentally to us in the islands. We had a need for them, so we just hold them.
No, that should be Brata. You know it's Brata, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I mean, they send them accidentally. Usually when you order stuff from Nordstrom, and they send it accidentally, they take, man, don't bother, man. They're going to give us a blind there.
Well, he running me down every day for your money, so I need to pay him.
Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Testing. Plus, yes, blessing, good morning to everyone, the listening audience. Welcome to our distinguished panel of testifiers. Okay, good. So the $100,000 for the hurricane preparation equipment, that's pretty self-explanatory, and also the $300,000 for fire for the self-contained breathing apparatus, that's pretty self-explanatory. I had a question for Director OMB on the appropriation transfer 02-2023. Okay, so I'm trying to read the number. So if this is 02, this is the second one for the year, so that means they had a 01?
No, Senator. Thank you for the question. We number them based on the number that we sent. So we have sent about 6, I think, different ones for different agencies. Not that this is the second one for this particular agency. Which one is number?
So you have a numbering system that you do for these appropriation transfer?
Yes, Senator.
Tell me how that numbering system is. I like to know them numbers so I could check them out.
Well, actually, it's very simple. It's just, if we have 6, the first one that comes to us and we process, that's number 1. And number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. Number 6 would be the last one that just came, which was...
That's number 10.
Oh, number 10, sorry. We've sent 10. And the 10th one is actually education. That was the last one to be done.
Okay, thank you very much. So now you said as of August 15th, $247,975 was projected to be available for relocation transfer. Explain that to me a little bit more. Help me out with that. What does that mean, the $247,975?
1 minute.
So what happened was the Office of Management and Budget prepared an analysis of the agency's spending, what was expended, what is encumbered, and what is projected to be expended by the end of the fiscal year based on their spending pattern.
Okay, so we got 247,000 more in that account then. That's what you're telling me.
Correct.
Okay,
the agency
good,
would
good,
be,
good.
that would be additional savings
30 seconds.
in that budget category that the agency does have to move appropriately.
Okay, that's so good, Ms. Woods. And, I like to see that when the director comes here and they bring an assistant to talk. We've been having issues with them folks at taxi and thing, I remember, but one couldn't talk and they couldn't bring somebody who could talk and we had to postpone. And basically, we wasted the legislator time. So all of those with taxi and thing, remember, bring someone who could talk so we can, get the information that we need. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. I mean, we here snickering about this, but taxi was supposed to be here today again. And I got an email or a letter indicating that the director is unable to, is still experiencing her condition. Of course, none of the board members appear to be willing to come and present the taxi budget. So I'm glad that you brought it up, Senator Fonseca, because the OMB director here, we are not including taxi in the budget unless they come in front of the Senate. Okay? So we want to make ourselves abundantly clear that, folks don't just get to do whatever they want to do. They got to come here so we can know what's what. For more reasons than one. When we look at the revenues around the taxi commission, the revenues are not supporting their operations. And we can't continue to. This is why you, Director O'Neill, and the Finance Commissioner, y'all are experiencing challenges with cash. Because when we budget X dollars, and then you have to take Y dollars to plug somebody else's cash, that's why we're having a cash shortage. Okay? So accountability matters. So we have to get to that place where we ensure that there is some level of accountability. So their operations is not aligning with their collections for whatever reason. Okay. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your. Senator Johnson, let me just ask you: did you get the information? Because if you didn't,
yes, ma'am.
Are you ready to go?
Yes.
Or?
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the viewer and listener. These two transfers are very simple, but I'm still quite a little concerned with Director Joshin and his situation with the sandbags and the sand, because we're deep into our hurricane season. And what I want to ask, I guess, Director O'Neill, if approved, how soon would this funding be available for Director Joshin to purchase? And Director Joshin, how soon will you be able to get these sandbags and get them in the territory?
Thank you for the question, Senator Johnson. Once this committee approves, because this is the only committee that has to actually approve the appropriation transfer, once the committee approves and sends it back to us, we will provide it to Vitima so that Mr. Simon can go ahead and enter the payments in the system, in the ERP, and the payments can be made and the sandbags can be bought. But it shouldn't take an extended period of time to get that done.
And Director Joshin, how soon can we get these sandbags on island?
Senator, we have existing sandbags, like you mentioned. They're the older ones. There's not a supply chain challenge at all, so I would say a matter of a week or two. The sand itself is coming locally here on St. Thomas, so it's a matter of just setting that up. They're concerned with getting this done prior to any storms coming and would eventually impact the supply chain for this. So very, very quickly, sir.
You also said that the bags you have has deteriorated. Are these bags that you're talking about deteriorated already been stuffed with sand, or they are bags that you have stored in an area and they're just pretty much rattling away?
It's a combination. Some have already put sand in them from the last couple of years and are available, but again, there's left outside, they're deteriorating. Some are already just in the empty bags.
1 minute.
Those bags are also deteriorating. So this is something we've heard loud and clear from the community and other senators that come forward and say, can we at least get better sandbags? So this is monies that will help us overall for the territory.
Thank you very much. And Director George, I want to ask you a question. For that $168,000, how many of the breathing apparatus did we get, and what's the cost for each breathing apparatus? Is something I know we
30 seconds.
Firefighters. I'm just interested in the cost per unit and how many did we obtain?
We got 50, all for St. Croix. They're around $3,500 a set.
And you have sufficient for St. Thomas and St. John?
We don't have sufficient, but we have enough right now to hold us. What we had to do, Senator, just to back in on this here, is we had to change out all the SCBAs and the St. Croix district from the Intersparos back to Scott. So those 50 went directly to St. Croix to change out the Intersparos and go back to the Scott Air Packs and St. Croix. So all 50 went to St. Croix, sir.
Madam Chair, may I just follow up on this 1 minute? I mean, just a follow-up question.
You may.
So St. Thomas are up to date with their SCAP. They have the proper equipment on the island of St. Thomas and St. John as we speak?
We have enough right now. We plan in this budget this year to see if we have any more money to get at least 20 more for the St. Thomas, St. John district.
Please, let's make sure this is done so that our firefighters in the entire territory have the equipment that they need to save lives. Let's not hold back on this. I'm not a part of this committee, but I sure won't have a problem supporting this initiative to make sure that our firefighters in the entire territory has the needed supply and equipment to take care of us. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director George, in respect to the interference on the stats, can you explain exactly what the difference? Is it a mandate? Is it an upgrade? Can you explain that briefly, please?
The Intersparos was a company that came in. We bought them from back then. but that company went out of business. We went back to Scott because Scott is the #1 brand, and the St. Thomas district had Scott's. St. Croix went to Sparrows. So to bring it back to a neutral, we put the Scott's back on St. Croix, and now we have all 3 islands have the SCBAs that we need. We could change out and repair quicker like that.
Thanks for the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blayden. So let me just ask you, so the breeding apparatus vendor is the only vendor that you owe?
No, we also owe, as I said in budget hearing, we still owe PAFOD.
Okay, so you owe that vendor, how much money did you say? I forgot it.
168,000.
Okay, so you owe them 168, and then you owe PAFOD the difference, or you owe PAFOD more?
The rest of this money is going to be used for the build out of our new office in the same building that I mentioned. But the PAFOD payment, we have to figure out a way to pay that.
Okay, so again, what's object 57,500? That's other services? What category are you in?
57,500 is machine, equipment, and miscellaneous.
Machine, equipment, and miscellaneous. So the 300,000 will be used for
Capital projects.
So wait. The breeding apparatus is a capital?
Say that again, sorry.
Is a capital item? How much for one?
For one breeding apparatus?
Mm-hmm.
About 3,500 for one,
Okay.
I think, about
All right.
that area.
Okay, so the difference goes into you billing out your
New office.
new office.
Yes.
So Director O'Neill, how are we paying PAFOD? We ain't keeping no secrets. How are we paying PAFOD?
So, Senator, I actually was just asking Ms. Woods to show, 'cause in our analysis, it shows that FEMS would still have, even after, it's after this transfer?
No, this is prior to.
Prior to the transfer, he would still have yeah, but that's what he would have left. 698,000. 698, but you're asking for 3. That leaves 398. And you owe Pafford, I'm not sure how much you owe Pafford.
About 500,000 we owe them. As of Friday, they sent me another bill.
So are you still utilizing the services of PAFOD?
Yes, ma'am.
So how do you intend to continue to pay them if you're using the services? What's the discussion with OMB? What's the story?
So as of right now, Senator, we have downside from what PAFOD had. We downsized down to 12 employees from PAFOD, from the 20 they had before, down to 12. We plan to, by February or March, get off of PAFOD with the classes that we have going on right now.
Okay, so for the most part, what about the equipment? Do you have the necessary equipment? Meaning the ambulances?
We have 1.8 million that we just got from Interior that we're waiting for it to go on the system to buy those 7 new ambulances for the territory.
And how many ambulances does PAFOD provide to you now?
One, we just got back one in an agreement, one in St. Thomas and one in St. Croix.
Okay, so Director O'Neill, based on this revelation, I mean, if we are going to clean up our debt, and if there's additional resources on paper, because I ain't convinced that the resources are not on paper, if I'm going to be frank, why are we not giving consideration to at least paying a portion of what is outstanding to PAFOD?
We agree with that, Senator, and I think we'll just have Fire amend their request so that they can include the payment for, or at least the partial payment for PAFOD with the remaining paper funding available.
So we have to vote on this appropriation transfer, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So, and I
I'm
don't
sure
think that we
Fe-
could
FEMS
amend
can
it.
prepare that today, and so that we can get the requisite
So you need to have them
signatures.
send it up now. Oh, well, no, because then the governor has to sign it. Everybody got to sign this thing.
Yeah, the governor, well,
So
I can get
I
the
mean,
governor to sign it today. as well.
Let me think. So we could approve this one, then you got to send another one, which is kind of messy, but
We'll just do an amended one, Senator. We'll get it today, FEMS, and we'll get the governor's signature today as well.
okay, we'll see what y'all could do because, I mean, we have other times you could vote on it tomorrow, whatever the case is, but if there's a need, then we need to take care of the need. Okay? All right, Senator DeGraff. Oh, so before I go to Senator DeGraff, let me recognize the presence of Senator Novalee Francis, Vice Chair of this committee and President of the 35th Legislature. Please mark Senator Francis as present. Good morning, Senator Francis.
Good morning.
All right, Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your. I missed something. Yeah, I don't have Senator Joseph's name, and I don't have.
Joseph ahead of me.
Is Senator James online too?
Yes.
And Senator Francis Heidegger. So in between here is Senator Joseph. James. You are actually after Francis Heidegger. Yeah. Okay. So Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Pleasant good day to everyone. You know, if I was sitting closer, I would have helped you keep on point.
That's a good point.
But I just wanted to say a pleasant good day to the testifiers here today. I do have some questions, just one prevailing question regarding the budget transfer. Is it, with the budget for Vitima, is it any way associated, because the cost category, with any audit findings, so that we could actually assure that those costs are actually absorbed in the category, budget category that is required? Is it a response?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question,
Okay,
Senator.
is the reallocation from one cost category, because that's what you're doing, you're shifting money from one cost category, budget category, to another. Okay, so I'm asking whether or not, because of the services or the goods or the vendor or what you're doing, you've decided that that is not the appropriate category, and that's why you're shifting it to this other budget category.
So I wouldn't classify it as we've decided to shift. There are accounting rules, and certain purchases fall under certain account codes, and so that's what this is.
This is aligned with GAAP.
That's correct.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get at. Okay, very good. Now, and GAAP is a general accounting procedures.
Generally accepted accounting principles.
Principles, good.
Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to make sure that we put it on the record, so you're aligning it with GAAP principles. Now, I now wanted to ask Vitima and
1 minute.
FEMS. I got a call from one of my constituents indicating, regarding the ambulance service specifically and 911, indicating that they placed a call for 911 and they were told they didn't have any ambulance services available to assist a taxpayer in a critical moment. And because there were no ambulances available, that person
30 seconds.
expired. Yes, that's what happened. That's what I was related to me. The person expired. They had a heart attack, and no ambulance service was available to provide the services to them. And so the question is, how do we handle and manage those calls? I know it's operational, but it also ties into Vitima and FEMS in responding to these calls and telling our people what services that they can get when they need it critically.
Senator Director Joshua from Baitima, 911 is going to take the call and they're going to analyze the request. And if there's a vehicle to dispatch it, we'll go through either fire, EMS, police, or we go out to rescue for that. And then if there was not something available, then as soon as that other vehicle finished their mission, they should have transferred over to that call.
Okay. And I know when we did the transfer, if you don't have an ambulance available, Director George, can fire then step in to provide the support and the services?
Yes, Senator. I'm somewhat shocked to hear that because right now, if there's a response, the fire truck is responding or the rescue truck responds with medical equipment or the quick response vehicles that we have on the street that responds.
Okay, I will have the persons who were affected have a discussion with you because that was brought to my attention. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I don't have any probing question on this matter because it's very much straightforward. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator James Sr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes. Is Senator James on? Okay, so he did say, did Senator James say he was present? Yes, he was. Okay, so he's not here. All right. All right. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the people of the territory. First and foremost, I do not have a problem when errors are made and we do have additional funding to transfer funds if necessary. I do support the need for some of the things that have been shared, whether through fire, even through Baitima for the sandbags, etc. I think my biggest concern is the method as to how this is being done. As a senator, I am very concerned as to appropriation transfers and the method it's being utilized to get it done. As a senator, we all pass a budget, and if errors were made, I would assume that as a body, another bill would be in front of us to potentially shift around funds. But unfortunately, from what I'm understanding, that 7 members of a committee can get together and potentially move around millions or hundreds of thousands of dollars of a budget that was already set in stone and voted upon by 15 people. So I'm a little bit concerned with the method, but I fully understand and support the need. But one of my major concerns has to do with how the Revised Organic Act is written. That says that no monies can be paid out of the Treasury without an act of Congress or without a money bill. So I'm trying to understand, I know a law was put in, but we're checking with legal counsel. This appropriations format that we utilize is not consistent with the Revised Organic Act. So that is my only concern in trying to get that part sorted out. But I do understand and I do support the transfer of the funds if necessary. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. So I also took the opportunity to check what appropriation transfers mean. So the funds have already been appropriated as per the Organic Act. And basically what we're doing by choice, the institution of the legislature, we decided that we'll do a line item budget. We can decide that we do a lump sum budget. And if we do a lump sum budget, then you could spend as freely as you wish, right? However, we've decided that we will do a line item budget, and the ask is not to increase the budget. The ask is to move funding across budget categories. And that's why I'm going to ask you, Director O'Neill, and this probably should come from finance, but y'all put a budget on the system, correct? Who puts the budget on the system?
The Office of Management and
Okay, so
Budget.
can you please send back to this committee a layout of your different OR codes, what they represent. Please.
We'll work on getting a chart of accounts so
The
that
chart of
the
accounts.
legislature can have a copy. But org codes are
Chart of accounts, that's
just
fair.
chart of accounts.
Yeah,
is fine.
chart of accounts, that's fair. That's fair, that's enough. So once we get that, then we'll have a better understanding. But I'm just saying that we are not outside of the Revised Organic Act because we are not reappropriating any money. We are moving funds across budget categories. So it's an accounting principle that we have to understand.
Correct.
All right?
Well, Madam Chair?
Did you give up your time or you wish to continue to speak?
Well, I said thank you, Madam Chair, but you directed a statement to me, so
No, I did not direct us. Could you please cut off the... Thank you. I did not direct a statement to anyone. Basically, something was said on the record. I'm the chair of the committee. I understand how the appropriation transfer process works. So I am responding to the information because I don't want our community to believe or to be misinformed to believe that we are making appropriation transfers without the authority of what's laid out in the Revised Organic Act. Because we are not appropriating or reappropriating any funds. We are moving the funds across lines. That's basically it. The concern that I had when we opened the meeting was that, there were a number of appropriation transfers that came down to the legislature, and we also have a responsibility to ensure that our revenues that we built the 2023 any budget that we built the budget on is in fact in support of the overall appropriations that we made, and we are sort of seeing some challenges, and I believe that after the what is it? I don't get mixed up with these holidays now. We got so much. Which
Labor
one?
Day?
Labor Day weekend. After the Labor Day holiday, the committee meets again. We're going to have the exit meeting. So at that time, we will drill down further with the OMB director with regards to these revenues, how they're aligning for FY23, and what we're seeing, what we're anticipating for 24. Fair? So that's basically my response and why I responded, because as the chair, it is important that we make sure that the narrative that's sent out from our committee is not narrative that's against the Revised Organic Act. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you and listeners and present. I stand in support. What scared me the most today is to hear we have an $81 million shortfall by the chair of the committee. And, I support the executive branch. I support the judicial branch for that. Now the legislative branch coming before us, I want to make sure you have money for the legislative branch bill to get wage increases, to get the infrastructure fixed and different things like that. So I know that we can't get to speak to the question our own branch. I vehemently, for the record, oppose to that objection. But I'm saying, with an $81 million shortfall that was mentioned, that is serious. And the legislature, before you go, Director, thank you, 1 quick second, excuse me, is, we've been through the executive branch for the most part and the judicial branch. And I know the legislative branch from time I came in here in 2017 has been around $22-23 million to get to $24 million something, I think it is, for 24 budget. That tells me the employees ain't getting the wage increases. So I don't know if you know how the money is going to be spent based on what the ask is for the legislature. But I know from 2017 it was 22-something million to 24-something million dollars now. I need to hear something what's going to work for this branch of government too. That's why I oppose it. So you could go ahead, madam.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. I will say that the legislature did not and does not submit their budget to OMB, so I do not have any idea what the legislature's budget is. We put a figure in the budget, but of course, we do not and cannot set
1
the
minute.
budget for the legislature. So that is at the discretion of this body. Relative to the $81 million shortfall, there's not a $81 million shortfall. What the chair is referring to is the last report that was published by the Bureau of Internal Revenue for July's cash collections. And again, bear in mind that these are only the collections at that agency.
30
There are a
seconds.
number of other collections, right? So what they show is a comparison between 2022 and 2023 for their collections, and it's different. There's a gap. That's the gap. They collected $81 million more in 22 than 23. But again, that's only from that agency. There's a number of other collections, property taxes and other things that's not included in this figure. So taking this report
Time.
by itself does not speak to what the overall revenues are. It's just showing that Bureau of Internal Revenues collected $81 million less this year than last year, but not necessarily that there's a funding gap.
Okay, I just want to make sure I get that clear, because that's what it came across to me. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Graf. That's why I was clear when I said cash. Is a difference between revenue projections and cash.
Right.
And just for the sake of this discussion, Director O'Neill, since the senator brought it up again, that's one of the reasons why in this committee for this fiscal year, we have been so deliberate about having the discussion around the fund balances of some of these funds that's being used. There are 13 funds that's being used to build the FY 2024 budget. And some of those funds are in the red. And we cannot use funds that are in the red. That's why we have a cash problem. Because if we budget $2 million, $4 million from a fund that's in the red, that fund is a special fund. It has a source that provides the funding for it. But if it's in the red, that's mean the money coming from the general fund, correct, Director O'Neill?
Well, not necessarily. So the issue with the fund balances is that they've been running for many, many years. They have not been reconciled. And so we are in the process of reconciling the bank accounts as well as the fund balances. So what we have to use is the amounts actually collected for each year. And if you look at a fund balance report, it will show collections for 21, collections for 22, collections for 23 to date, and the associated payments or expenditures from that collection for each year. That's the figures that we can use. All the prior year balance that comes over that's negative, we cannot validate that. We have a team that's going to help us work through that to reconcile those balances. So it looks bad, and I know in 2 or 3 cases they've a few years back, they started new accounts. So you have multiple of the same funds, like the indirect cost fund is one. You have more than one, but one is active, the others are not active, and they're all in the red because they've never been reconciled.
So what does that sound like to you?
Craziness.
MESS. And what happens is, from our end, we are not doing your work every day. So we have to take the information that's provided to us for face value. And if the account says it's in the red, it's in the red. So all of that other nice thing that sounds well and briefs well is in the red. It's in the red. We can't make up the story. And remember, when you send the information down to us and you say what's available for budget, there's one that you say $30 billion in the red. That's available for budget. So what I mean, it's not available. So anyway, we ain't here for that today. Let's move on to the next senator. I think Senator DeGraff asked the question, so that's kind of what spurred the discussion, but we'll discuss that next week. Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers, and thank you for your testimony this morning. I I stand in support of the request that has been brought before us today in terms of the appropriations transfer. Obviously, with what's happening and the fact that we have seen where BIR have not received the amount of money that are expected compared to last year, I'm also equally concerned about the fact that some of the monies that's going to both of these agencies in this emergency service fund, that we have seen a drastic decline in the emergency service fund. And what we've seen as well is that we have a lot of the providers that's jumping off, encouraging individuals to port their numbers and actually getting long distance numbers, which again will mean that we will not see the amount of emergency service funds coming to the local government. Have you been able to do an assessment and make a determination what that looks like? Have you done a comparison in terms of the emergency service funds and see where we're at with that?
No, Senator.
Yeah. I have not, Senator.
Can I ask both of the directors if in terms of the funds that they have received, they've been around for a little bit, have they seen a decline in the amount of emergency service funds?
Senator Director Josh, I'm going to ask Deputy Director Winston Simon to address that because we definitely keep a very close tabs on our emergency services fund.
Good morning, Winston Simon. Yes, just from me observing the fund, based on what I know from the prior years, it has been drastically reduced. In the last couple of prior years, the fund at this point would have like, at least for the Vitima portion, would be like 1.3 million. Right now, it's like 300,000.
Well, I'll ask that again. We continue to monitor that closely because, again, the service fund provide very, very important funding. One, it pays for the 911 system. Two, it provides for equipment, supplies, and training for the other agencies that receive it as well. And I'm very much concerned with what we're seeing there. And equally so because what we're seeing is that this fund is then going towards benefiting other jurisdictions and deprive individuals here of being able to get that money. And I have the scars. I have the scars on my back to show when we actually increased these emergency service fund from $1 to $2. So I believe that it provides an essential, and as I did back then, and I'm concerned with the decline that we're seeing here in that. So I'm asking for you to join with me in regards to monitoring this, and in fact, make sure that these providers are doing their part here in the Virgin Islands. I just wanted to wrap up, Madam Chair, in respect to the 988. Director Jashin, have you been able to get that up and running?
Senator, the 988 is for the prevention suicide line, and that's really of the Department of Health. We worked with them last year to meet the deadline to have all the providers right now. If you dial 988, it goes to the federal side. There's also an option for the veterans to go through. So it is in place today, but it does go back to the states.
Very well. At some point we need to be able to establish it here from us because we want to make sure that we have voices and people that could appreciate what's going on within this jurisdiction and be able to communicate with our callers that may be in a state of emergency or having an episode. But we'll continue to probe that. All right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. The committee stands in recess for 2 minutes.
No, he's not that. He's not that.
The committee is back on the record. I believe that we have exhausted our discussion around the appropriation transfer, and while we took our recess, we actually learned that there are some additional resources in fire to take care of some portion of the proffered bill. So I'm going to ask the... You want a motion? Motion? Do I have a motion? Motion. Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and colleagues. I move that the request for appropriation transfer for number 006-2023 for Vitima, as well as the appropriations transfer number 002-23 for the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Services be approved in the Committee of Budget, Appropriation, and Finance and sent to the Rules Committee for further consideration. Sent directly to session for, it will be signed by the Finance Chair as required by law on these measures. Again, let me just restate that the request for appropriation transfer of number 002-2023 for the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Services, as well as the appropriation transfer of number 00-6-2023 for Vitima be approved by the Committee of Fire and Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and sent forward, and be approved under your signature as the chair of the Budget, Appropriation, and Finance Committee. I so move.
Second.
Thank you, Senator Francis. The motion has been properly moved by Senator Francis Jr., seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden and Senator Ray Fonseca. I'm going to ask for a roll call. Roll call, please. Here are no objections? No objections? Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin.
Okay, one second. So the motion was made in combining both of the transfers together. I believe that we're getting information from our legal counsel sharing that we need to separate them individually for the purpose of the vote. So should we restate the motion, or can we vote on them individually? Okay, good. So we don't have to restate the motion. So I'm going to ask that appropriation transfer, that we're going to call the vote. I'm taking the advice of our legal counsel, and the legal counsel indicated that while the motion was combined, we can take the vote individually. Is that correct, Mr. Legal Counsel? Can you share it on the, please respond.
Through the chair to the chair. That is correct. The motion is equivalent of a motion in like a block, but you vote on each item in the block individually. So that's what you're doing here. The motion was to approve essentially the block, but you need to vote on each item individually.
Thank you. We're in the middle of a motion. Point of order. You may proceed, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But then again, if I want to vote for one and not the other, one motion has been made.
I'm going to call them up separately.
Yeah.
I'll call them up separately, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, we're good? Okay, so I want to be clear that the first vote is on the appropriation transfer number 006-23 for the, no, let me put them in order. I'm going to call the first request for appropriation transfer number 002-23 for the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services. Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Yeah. Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Yes. Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yes. Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Norvel E. Francis Jr. Yes. Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Madam Chair, we have 5 yeas and 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Request for appropriation transfer number 002-23 for the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services has been approved by this committee and will be signed by the committee chair. Madam Clerk, please call the roll for appropriation transfer number 006-23 for the Virgin Islands, for Vitima.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Yes. Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Yes. Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yes. Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Norvel E. Francis Jr. Yes. Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Madam Chair, we have 5 yeas and 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Appropriation transfer number 006-23 for Vitima has been favorably approved by this committee and will be signed by the chair of the Budget Appropriations and Finance Committee. Thank you. Director O'Neill, you may close as we see that the folks from the Virgin Islands Port Authority are eagerly awaiting to share with us their successes, etc., for FY 23-24. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory, and to the members of the committee and other senators that were present today. We thank you very much for this spirited conversation relative to the appropriation transfers and revenues, and we look forward to the hearing on September 5th as we do the budget wrap-up for fiscal year 24. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, and I want to thank my colleagues for moving this along so swiftly. The committee stands in recess for 5 minutes. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back on the record. And I'm going to ask the Madam Clerk to please provide the information in block number 2.
Block number 2, Virgin Islands Port Authority. Invited testifier, Mr. Carlton Dow, Executive Officer, VI Port Authority. That concludes the reading of Block 2, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and good afternoon to the, I don't even know what time it is. I'm getting nervous. What's going on? Good morning to the Virgin Islands Port Authority family, and thank you for being here, and thank you for being one of the organizations that has made themselves available, because we do have some semi-autonomous entities that seem to be afraid to come before the Committee on Finance to discuss their budget. Some of them are of the opinion that because they do not receive direct dollars from the general fund, that they should not come before this committee. But I am here to report to all of them that any revenues are coming to the coffers of any entity that has been created by the institution of the legislature is the people's money. And we have a right to get information as to how those funds are being expended, how their projects are coming along, etc. So I want to thank you, Mr. Dow, for being here. So we're going to ask you to please put your name and title on the record, and then we're going to ask your team to follow suit. And do you have anyone on Teams before we proceed?
No, we have probably 2 of our members listening, but that's about it. No, we're going to do everything from this table today. So
okay, so nobody on Teams? No?
No.
Because
No.
we don't have an issue if we have people who are not feeling well who are able to.
We're good.
Okay? Okay, very well. So please put your name and title on the record again, please.
Thank you. I'm Carlton Dow, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Good afternoon, Bill Rollins, Assistant Executive Director for the Port Authority.
Good morning, Anis Hodge, Deputy Executive Director for the Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Good morning, Anna Penn, Chief Financial Officer, Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Good morning, Diane Richardson, Human Resources Director, Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Okay, so we have the Miss Penn. Please, you can come into the well.
Good morning, Ava Penn, Director of Financial Affairs, Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Okay, and then we have your airport. I mean, I'm just looking at the names that's here, so let me know if you would wish for him to come into
He
the
could
well.
always come.
Absolutely. So, Mr.
Something will
Sheridan,
come up.
please
Thanks.
come into the well. Okay, and we just have one person that's should have been here. I understand that that individual is not feeling so well today. Okay.
Before I proceed, I just want to put on the record I have 2 people that I expected to be here, which is Mr. Tafari Nelson. He's our engineer out of St. Croix. He had a personal family emergency and had to fly out last week. That's the only reason he's not here. That person would have been presenting any projects on the St. Croix side. And our Chief Director of Engineering, Mr. Preston Bayer, he's listening, but he too is ill as of last week, so he needs to stay from wrong people.
Okay.
So that's all I'll tell you. So, but again, he would have been the one presenting. We have our information here. If there's anything I need to get back to any of the senators on, we will. But we're prepared to go.
All right. Okay. So that being said, again, good morning to the Virgin Islands Port Authority family. And Mr. Dow, you are presenting the testimony today, correct?
Thanks.
You may proceed with your testimony. And do you have a PowerPoint or anything like that? Because I did not get any information regarding that.
Yes, we do. We submitted it, and after my testimony, then we'd like to do the presentation.
And how long is your PowerPoint?
Maybe about 10, 15 minutes. About 10 minutes.
You may proceed with your testimony.
Thanks. Good morning, Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance, Vice Chair Novelli Francis Jr., distinguished senators and legislative staff, and to the listening and viewing audiences. I am Carlton Dow, the Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Port Authority. I am here today with my staff to present testimony regarding the Virgin Islands Port Authority's fiscal year 2024 budget. Members of Viper's senior management team present with me today, Mr. Bill Rollins, Assistant Executive Director, Ms. Anise Hodge, Deputy Executive Director, Ms. Anna Penn, Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Diane Richardson, Director of Human Resources, and joining us remotely, like we said, is Preston Bayer, and also Ms. Ava Penn, Director of Business and Financial Affairs. For the benefit of the listening public, I will summarize the mandate and mission of the authority. Viper owns and manages the 2 airports and 14 seaport facilities in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Development of the territory's port infrastructure is one of our primary mandates. Our objective is to facilitate travel, commerce, and aid in fostering tourism and economic growth by providing modernized and technologically structured ports of call for both sea and air travel. The authority is governed by a 9-member board that sets policies for the agency. As the Executive Director, I am charged with overseeing the day-to-day activities of the Port Authority and executing the policies instituted by the board. Marine revenues are projected at $38.1 million, with 515 confirmed cruise ship calls in fiscal year 24. I was checking to see who were paying attention, but I missed a page. The Virgin Islands Port Authority Board of Governors approved the authority's $246 million fiscal year 24 at its meeting held on July 26, 2023. The budget anticipates a 7.9% decrease compared to our fiscal year 2023 budget, which was $266 million. Operating expenses are at $67.3 million, excluding depreciation of $15.5 million. Debt service and capital project expenditures are $7.2 million and $175.1 million, respectively. Viper's budget funding sources for fiscal 24 are as follows. Operating revenues, $73.6 million. Passenger facility charges, $327,000. Car rental facility charges, $2 million. Capital grants, $133.4 million. Cash reserves and other, $22.3 million. ARPA Act, $6.4 million. Government grants, $3.8 million. Debt-funded marine projects, $3.8 million, for a total of $245.9 million. Aviation revenues in fiscal year 2024 are anticipated at $35.6 million. Expected passenger enplanements are 630,000 at Sierra King Airport and 200,000 at St. Croix Airport, Hira. The current passenger departure fee of $19.32 is expected to remain the same in fiscal year 2024 to support the aviation budget. The Virgin Islands Port Authority Board recently approved an increase in the parking rates at the Sierra King Airport for the first time in 17 years. The daily rate has moved from $10 per day to $20 per day. We have also increased the rates for monthly and daily parking for the public and airport tenants, and a fee charged directly to airlines to rent aircraft passenger lifts. Marine revenues are projected at $38.1 million, with 515 confirmed cruise ship calls in 24. The territory can expect 1.7 million cruise visitors, as ships are expected to arrive at full capacity with double occupancy. Revenue comparison fiscal year 2023 versus 24. The operating revenues in 23, $72.7 million. Budgeted for 24 is $73 million. Passenger facility charges, $697,000. In 24, $327,000. Car rental facility charges, 700,000 in 23, 2 million in 24. Capital grants, 168.8 million in 23, 133.4 million in 24. Cash reserves and other $10.5 million 23, $22.3 million in 24. ARPA Act, 6.4 million in 23, 6.4 million in 24. Government grants, 2.8 million in 23, 3.8 million in 24. Debt-funded marine projects, 3.3 million in 23, 3.8 million in 24, for a total of 245.9 million that's budgeted. Expenses, comparison fiscal year 23 versus 24. Payroll, taxes and benefits was 34.5 million, 23. In 24, we expect that it will be 40.6 million. Maintenance, 1.9 million, 23. In 24, 3.4 million. Materials and supplies, 1 million in 23, 2.1 million in 24. Utilities, 4.7 in 23, 4.8 in 24. Professional services, 5.6 million in 23, 6.9 million in 24. Travel, 490,000 in 23, 936 in 24. Insurance, 6.1 in 23, 6.9 24. Depreciation, 15.5, 23, 15.5 in 24. Other expenses, 236.7 in 23, 1.3 million in 24. Our total operating expenses is 70.4 million. Our total, that's in 23, and in fiscal year 24 would be 82.7 million. Personnel budget. Viper has a total of 345 employees broken down as follows. In St. Thomas and John District, we have 222 permanent and 12 temporary employees. In St. Croix, we have 108 permanent and 3 temporary employees. Our budgeted payroll costs for fiscal year 2024 are 40.7 million. Payroll, taxes, and benefits account for 49% of Viper's expense budget. Our human resource staff has been challenged in recruiting and retaining professional engineers, law enforcement officers, and firefighters. Viper actively seeks qualified individuals for the vacant positions in firefighting of the police department by regularly broadcasting ads in the Daily News and St. Croix Avis, online employment media sources, posters posted at the airport and St. Croix, social media blasts, radio, talk shows, job fairs, competitive incentive packages, and by word of mouth. Union contracts, salary increases, and promotions. There are currently 5 union organizations which represent the majority of Viper's employees. The Harbor Pilots collective bargaining agreement is current. The Marines Union's collective bargaining agreement is current. Viper is scheduled to meet with this union to address a wage reopener agreement in September of 2023. The Aviation Union's collective bargaining agreement is current. The United Steelworkers collective bargaining agreement, which represents supervisors and certain level of management staff, expires on September 30th, 2023. And negotiations began on August 21st of 2023. The police and ARF unions have an internal dispute that's being addressed by the Public Employee Relations Board. The issue at hand has nothing to do with the management of the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Viper is also up to date with payments of most of its retroactivity wages and salary increases due to all our employees. The IAM-AW union employees' retroactive wages were paid on June 29, 2023. The management union employees were paid retroactive wages as of July 27, 2023. The ARF and LEO union employees were paid retroactive wages as of the end date of their contract, September 30th, 2021. The non-union employees will be paid retroactive wages by September 21st of 2023. The Harbor Pilot Union employees' retroactive wages were paid on August 24th, 2023. We have promoted 13 employees in the ARF division, aviation, marine, non-union, and law enforcement departments within the fiscal year. Self-insurance program. Act 8565, approved by this body in March 2022, authorized VIPA to implement a self-insurance program to cover and manage certain risks. This program allows VIPA to recognize a saving of more than $500,000 per year in premiums. The allocated claims reserve in these insurance funds will be used to capitalize on future risk mitigation expenses and activities within the authority that previously were unfunded or without funding at all. We have funded the account in amount of $300,000, and in fiscal year 24, we'll add an additional $50,000. In fiscal year 2023, the U.S. Virgin Islands saw an increase in new air service providing desperately needed inter-island airlift. Cape Air started St. Thomas Navy service on February 15, 2023, providing 8 flights a week from St. Thomas to Nevis at the Vance W. Armory International Airport. Sky High Aviation, St. Thomas to the Dominican Republic, provides twice air service as of March 27, 2023, Mondays and Fridays flights only, and is actively working on the logistics to begin service to St. Croix. From all accounts, this new service has been successful. Sky High has increased from 50 to 100 passenger aircraft in St. Thomas. This is a notable increase in service within a short space of time. They will also use the 100-seater aircraft to St. Croix. Fly the Whale provides up to 7 daily flights connecting St. Thomas and St. Croix and has increased flights per demand. Silver Airways has resumed St. Croix to St. Thomas service and provides flights between the territory and San Juan. The last time we was before this body, most of what we're reading here was not in place. VIPA will continue to work closely with the Department of Tourism as they restore international negotiation with airlines in Denmark, Italy, and Canada. We will also work with tourism as it focuses on maximizing the use of the 10,004-foot runway on St. Croix and upcoming terminal upgrades to attract flights from the United States, Canada, and Europe for winter 2024-2025. The airline incentive. VIPA's board approved an airline incentive to attract new airlift to the U.S. Virgin Islands. Any airline may apply for VIPA's incentive program if they intend to provide airlift via a new route or add flights on an existing route already served by the airline to the Cyril E. King Airport on St. Thomas or the Henry E. Rolson Airport on St. Croix, or provide flights to Sika after Cyril E. King Airport, that's after 5 p.m. Atlantic Standard Time. Landing fees are waived for 1 year, and terminal arrival and departure fees are reduced by 50% for a year. The program is effective December 1, 2022 through November of 2024. This program is universal to both airports. Let me be clear. The USVI cruise industry. In October 2022, Virgin Islands Port Authority and Royal Caribbean Group ratified an addendum to existing 10-year pay-usage agreement between VIPA and Royal Caribbean Group that was executed in June of 2016. The revised agreement includes an increase in the rate of the per-passenger port fees for both St. Thomas and St. Croix. Royal Caribbean Group committed to almost tripling its calls to St. Croix during 2023 cruise season. Royal Caribbean Group has kept its promise to bring 140,000 cruise visitors to Frederiksted. We look forward to a robust cruise season for the territory and continued growth in the St. Croix district. Royal Caribbean is also working with VIPA and the government of the Virgin Islands to develop new attractions on St. Croix. The existing MOU between VIPA and Royal Caribbean was extended and includes discussion regarding the development of the Krongby District on St. Thomas and construction of a third cruise ship pier on St. Thomas at Krongby. For over 20 years, cruise lines visited St. Croix for free. Viper implemented a $5 per passenger fee, and as of January 2023, it was agreed to move to $7. These revenues help maintain the cruise port and pay for personnel and equipment used to operate the facilities. The largest cruise ship in the world will make its inaugural call to the Babe Monsanto Marine facility at Krongby, St. Thomas, in January of 2024. Royal Caribbean's Icon of the Sea can host up to 2,350 crew and up to 7,600 passengers at its maximum capacity. Dredging, cruise port dredging. The cruise industry continues to grow in leaps and bounds, and the USVI must ensure that our islands are included in this growth. Viper has submitted an application to dredge the Shatamali Harbor to a depth of 40 feet. In July, Viper and Governor Albert Bryan Jr. met with officials from the United States Army Corps of Engineers centered around the dredging and commitment to having our application reviewed as quickly as possible and having a clear understanding as to what involvement we can have in the future to maintain the depth of our harbor. While WICO maintains that a depth of 40 feet is necessary, the United States Army Corps of Engineers has issued a statement indicating that it believes that 36 feet is sufficient. The Brian Roach administration has sufficient funding to dredge to the depth of 36 feet. However, further discussion is needed to determine how to fund dredging of the harbor to 40 feet as WICO has requested. Critical dialogue between WICO, Viper, officials, and the cruise lines is necessary. I strongly believe that a significant cost to dredge the ports of our territory should be shared between the key stakeholders and include some participation from the cruise lines. The permitting process to dredge the Christian State Harbor, Schooner Bay Channel in St. Croix to accommodate smaller cruise vessels and luxury yachts is a more complex matter. Marine experts are currently surveying the area and studying the coral located at the pier. We hope to be able to move forward with this project in a short time. In fiscal year 24, we have already set aside funding for the cross-channel container port dredging in Crouse Lagoon, St. Croix. The USVI cargo industry, while much emphasis is placed on cruise and passenger vessel traffic in our tourism industry, the importation of cargo plays a key role in the economic success of this territory. Viper derives most of its revenues at our cargo ports from the ship's dues and fees paid by the cargo lines to berth and use our facilities. Runoff and sediment buildup has resulted in costly maintenance dredging needs at our cargo ports as well. We have identified significant dredging projects on St. Thomas in the East Gregory Channel and Krongby Cargo Port and at the Cargo Ferry Barge Ramp in Red Hook. We expect all users of this facility to participate in the cost of dredging these ports. Projects funded by the Legislature of the Virgin Islands. The Legislature of the Virgin Islands was an invaluable resource to the Port Authority during the COVID-19 pandemic. This body recognized that with reduced travel caused by the pandemic, the authority's revenues were severely impacted, particularly on the Marine Division. The legislature provided over $11.8 million in funding through various appropriations to help the authority meet its mandate to provide safe and modernized port facilities. The following is an update on the status of the projects funded by these appropriations. $3.8 million in Act 8267 for the Gardner Finch Molasses Pier improvement. That project with a match for the Tiger grant at the time. That project is completed. $900,000 in Act 8401 for the Loredan L. Boyne Senior dock improvements. That's actively ongoing. $1.6 million in Act 8412 at the Hira Terminal Expansion and Modernization Project, Phase 1. That project has been completed. $2 million in Act 8447 to the Ann E. Abramson Marine Facility for the tender pier. That project is actively being constructed. $440,000 in Act 8454 for Charlotte Mali Waterfront Fendering Phase 2. That project is completed. $920,000 in Act 8515 for the Cruise Bay Fish Market. That's active. But I must note, none of that 920 has been in fact released to the Port Authority. $400,000 in Act 8473 for the St. John Multi-Purpose Center. That project is under design. $570,000 in Act 8644, Loredan L. Boyne Senior Dock Improvements, additional funding. Like I said, that project is ongoing, active. $679,000 in Act 8649, Gardner Finch Molasses Pier. That project resurfacing is currently ongoing. As a matter of fact, this week pavement, quite a bit of pavement took place at that facility. Capital Projects Program. Our Capital Projects Program is designed to execute the mandate of the authority. We have budgeted for a total of $175.1 million for major capital project equipment and facility upgrades for the airport and seaports in St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. In this report, we will highlight our major port projects. The aviation division projects, airports, public-private partnership, which is referred to commonly called the P3 project. Viper is moving forward with its plans to pursue a public-private partnership arrangement with a private airport investor, operator, and terminal developer to modernize and upgrade the Henry E. Wilson Airport in St. Croix and the Cyril King Airport in St. Thomas. This project, which will involve the redevelopment of Hira and Sika airports, will bring state-of-the-art amenities, private investment, efficient airport operation, and long-term maintenance plan to these two important assets. The public-private partnership method is not a privatization of our airport terminals. The P3 model Viper intends to utilize is referred to as a design, build, finance, operate, and maintain model, where the private sector partner will be responsible for all of this and the majority of the risk. In the executed agreement with a partner, Viper will remain the owner of both airports and will continue to be the FAA Part 139 certificate holder. Viper will also remain eligible to receive FAA grants to improve the airports. Viper issued a request for qualifications seeking interested firms to bid on this project on December 28 of 2022. At its April 19, 2023 meeting, Viper's Board of Governors selected 4 qualified proposals from the submitted statements of interest. The 4 firms chosen are listed in alphabetical order as follows: DAA International, Vantage Group Limited, Vinci Airports, VI Ports Partners, partner in AECON, Taikehu, Star Infra, and Aviports. Again, like we have done publicly, I want to underscore the AECON is not AECOM, who was in this territory. We continue to make sure we crystallize that acronym there. This AECON has nothing to do with the folks who was here under some housing finance program. Viper has held public meetings and tours with industry experts on St. Thomas and St. Croix. And we conducted well-attended public town hall meetings on all 3 islands. Transparency is of paramount importance throughout this process. We have made videos of all our public meetings available on our YouTube page, and the presentation can be accessed via our website. On June 22, 2023, a request for proposal was issued to the 4 selected firms who have until January of 2024 to submit their official proposals. These proposals will be submitted to the authorities board in January of 2024. We anticipate that the board will decide by its February 2024 meeting. Commercial and financial close of the partnership agreement is expected by May of 2024. Barring no setbacks, Viper will begin the groundbreaking for the redevelopment of the airport's terminals by the 4th quarter of 2024. St. Thomas Aviation, Sierra King Parking and Transportation Center, cost of $32 million. The contractor is 80 Construction Solutions. A multi-level parking and transportation center is under construction at the Sierra King Airport. This facility will provide paid public spaces and ADA accessible parking spaces. It will also provide parking for taxis and rental car operations. Viper received a $20 million grant from the United States Economic Development Administration to fund this project. The remainder is funded by Viper and car rental facility fees. A daily fee charged to each customer that rents a car at the airport. Our tentative opening schedule for this facility is as follows. November of 2023, the 2nd and 3rd floors partially open for paid public parking. January of 2024, the 1st floor for taxis and rental cars. Full completion we expect of the facility in April of 2024. Seeker Taxiway Alpha West Rehabilitation, a cost of $29.9 million. Contractor is Gray Civil LLC. Viper has received multiple grants from the FAA to remove 58,000 square yards of asphalt from Taxiway A West at the King Airport. That's those of you who depart and you'd see that work going on, and that's why you see some back taxiing going on instead of going down to where the aircraft normally depart. You see that we are back taxiing now because that entire area there, which was asphalt deteriorating, is now going to be a concrete surface. The asphalt will be replaced with Portland cement concrete, providing a smoother surface area, better durability than asphalt, and requires less maintenance. We are also upgrading the existing LED system on the airfield. The FAA funds 90% of this project, and Viper funds the remainder. This construction is not affecting our airfield operation and is expected to be completed by the 1st quarter of 2024. Lindbergh Bay Hotel, request for proposal. Responses to our request for qualifications were received on June 20th of 2023 to demolish and construct a new hotel at a former Island Beachcomber property in Lindbergh Bay. At its July 2023 meeting, Viper's board authorized me to begin a request for proposal phase of the leasing of Lindbergh Bay parcel number 70X, 70T, and 70-1 for the purpose of building and operating a hotel with a short-listed bidders, 1 PCL Management LLC, and 2 Purpose Lodging. UVI and Viper land swap. In May 2023, Viper's board approved a resolution for Viper to transfer track E parcel number 72, Estate Lindbergh Bay, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands, to the University of the Virgin Islands, in exchange for real property owned by UVI recorded as parcel number 66-5, Estate Lindbergh. Both parcels are 0.82 acres. Per FAA requirements, UVI paid Viper $143.7 thousand as the difference in the fair market value for parcel number 72 through bill number 35-0063. This land swap was approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands on April 14, 2023, and the Governor of the Virgin Islands, Albert Bryan, on April 25th of 2023, and the FAA. Parcel number 66-5, Estate Limburg, has been transferred and recorded to be used to augment Viper's aviation operations area at the Cyril King Airport. St. Croix Aviation. Hira Taxiways A and B Rehabilitation Construction. The cost of $6.9 million. The cost share is 90% FAA, 10% Viper. The contractor is Virgin Islands Paving. Taxiways A and B at Hira being rehabilitated. We are currently executing phase 2 of this project, which entails milling and paving along Taxiway A from the west edge of Taxiway B to about 3,740 feet east near the west edge of the terminal's apron. This is an active project that is expected to be continued through early 2024. The Marine Division Capital Projects. Ormond V. Fredericks Marine Terminal Barge Ram Dredging, a cost of $158,000, contractor Divik Madhu Enterprise. Viper is using funds from its operating revenues to remove a buildup of sediment at the Ormond Victor Fredericks Marine Terminal's barge ramp in Red Hook. The board awarded a contract to Divik Madhu Enterprise, Inc. for the maintenance dredging for the maintenance dredging project in an amount of $158,000. The sand removed from the dock is supposed to be beach quality grade and will be sold to the most responsive bidder. Ormond V. Fredericks Marine Terminal restrooms, a cost of $210,000. The renovation of the restrooms at the Ormond V. Fredericks Marine Terminal in Red Hook is ongoing. This is the first major renovation of the restroom since the terminal was completed in 2005. The project should be completed by late fall of 2023. The former Conquering School property transfer. Act number 8512 transferred the former Adelita Conquering Junior High School property located at Krongbe, Field number 1, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, from the government of the Virgin Islands to the Virgin Islands Port Authority. The property sits on 13.74 acres of field land and will be used to expand Viper's cargo facility in Krongbe. At the time of the transfer, the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority occupied the property and used it to store trucks and equipment, etc. To date, WAPA still occupies a significant portion of this property. Viper has issued a notice to WAPA with a date certain to vacate this property. We plan to begin hazardous material abatement, including asbestos and lead-based paint, by the end of 2024. We have, in fact, budgeted some monies in this current budget, the 24 budget, for some remediation work there. St. John Marine. Luridan L. Boyne Senior Dock renovation. The legislature of the Virgin Islands has funded the much-needed renovations of the Luridan Boyne Senior Dock, which serves as the primary port of entry to St. John. This $1.5 million project entails adding a male and female restroom, installing a canopy adjacent to the existing terminal, resurfacing the pier, and adding an electrical room and emergency power generator. This project is ongoing, and we anticipate completion during the first quarter, of fiscal year 2024. Inner High Pond Community Multipurpose Center, the cost of $400,000. Viper is working on the design of the community park on Viper-owned property at Inner High Pond, Cruise Bay. Our project design consultant, Moffitt & Nichols, has produced a master plan of the community park based on input from several meetings held with the residents of St. John. The plan has been shared with the public and is available on our website. The consultant is currently producing a schematic design for the project based on feedback from the community. Following the completion of the schematic design, Viper will work with Moffitt & Nichols to scope a full design project that aligns with available funding to finish the design and start construction. Cruise Bay Fish Market design. Our design consultant, Moffitt & Nichols, is producing a design concept for the proposed fish market to be built at the Victor Sewer Marine Facility in Cruise Bay. The design will be aligned with feedback and suggestions from the fishermen and other residents who attended the public meetings Viper hosted on St. John regarding this project. Viper is currently awaiting a proposal from Moffitt & Nichols for the final design of this facility. The legislature appropriated the funds of $920,000, but like I mentioned earlier, none of that $920,000 has been allotted to the Port Authority. St. Croix Marine, an E. Abramson Marine Facility cruise pier, blowout panels and structure. The storm panels that protect the cruise ship pier in Frederickstead are being repaired. This project is funded via a $400,000 appropriation from the legislature and should be completed before the end of this year. An E. Abramson Marine Facility cruise pier, service pier. The service pier at the Ann Abramson Marine Facility in Frederickstead is used by tour operators, divers, and other small vessels. It was severely damaged by storms in 2017. The repair project started in February of 2023 and should be complete by the second quarter of 2024. It was funded via an appropriation requested by Governor Albert Bryan from the legislature. Gardner A-Finch Molasses Pier Cargo Building Parking Lot. The new $12.2 million cargo terminal at Gardner A-Finch Marine Facility was completed in June of 2022. Viper is currently paving the facility to facilitate the safe movement of large cargo trucks and trailers using funds provided by an appropriation from the legislature. We expect the paving to be completed by October of 2023. Willard Alec Port and Transshipment Center, new cargo building. We have significantly completed the construction of a new 42,000 square foot terminal at the Wilfred Bumba Alec Port and Transshipment Center. The terminal has 10 bays, 7 of which already have commitments from tenants to occupy. The new facility replaces the old warehouse that was destroyed in 2017 hurricanes. We anticipate moving into the facility by the fall of 2023. Major equipment. In fiscal year 24, we have budgeted for the purchase of 1 new pilot boat for each district at a total cost of $600,000. A new fire apparatus for HERA is expected to be here before the end of this year. We also included 2 quick response vehicles, 1 for each airport. I would like to take this time to publicly thank Mr. Delbert Parson, who owns and operates the big red barge that usually transports cargo and passengers between St. Thomas and St. John. In July, we experienced an emergency with 2 malfunctioning fire apparatus at the Henry E. Wilson Airport in St. Croix. Mr. Parson took his barge offline and provided an emergency trip to transport an apparatus from St. Thomas to St. Croix. In other words, he took a fire truck from St. Thomas to take over to St. Croix. This allows us to keep the St. Croix Airport fully operational. The apparatus is still at the Rolson Airport to date until we can receive the equipment that we order to fix and replace the apparatus that's offline. But I also why we want to publicly thank him is because the daily operation that this gentleman would do from St. John, we, the Port Authority, pull all avenues. We call Puerto Rico, we call St. Croix, we call every ship that does business in this area to take the apparatus. And all we were getting is that they could do it, but it would take between another day or another 2. But the reason I stop and explain this is because not taking the apparatus to St. Croix meant that the St. Croix Airport would have had to close. Mr. Parson dropped that apparatus there. We spared no cost to get it over there that night. Took it over there, spent hours at sea to return to his other run, 2 o'clock the next morning. So that's what we talk about when we're talking about partnership. In these desperate times, we recognize what Parson and his family and his crew did to keep the airport functioning. But I also want to make sure we all understand, especially our folks in St. Croix, that by the end of this year, a brand new $1 million apparatus should be landing in St. Croix. That was already ordered in the pipeline. Royal Caribbean Cruise Line requested that Viper provide a trolley at the Anne E. Abramson Marine Facility in St. Croix. Viper received the trolley on August 15th of 2023 and will now be able to provide transportation for cruise guests who needs that at our pier. We also publicly thank Diageo USVI for their donation of a trolley to augment our accessible transportation fleet at the port. So prior to the port just receiving our trolley a few weeks ago, we were able to get that corporate citizen in Diageo to provide a trolley that they were not using, and that's what we use at the same time. But I also want to make sure we recognize that when we said to the cruise line in St. Croix, Royal Caribbean, that you must pay some fee going into St. Croix. They requested a trolley. That trolley don't just show up. It's a cost. Public relations and community outreach. Viper's Office of Public Relations created and maintains the agency's website, which is regularly updated to include the latest news and project information. Our Public Relations Office also maintains official social media accounts on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. These sites are updated several times a week with pertinent information, alerts, and project updates, and used to advertise jobs, open bid announcements, meetings, and business opportunities. We also use these mediums to share historic photos and engage directly with our stakeholders. As we look toward the future, we aspire to inspire the next generation of port employees. Our airport fire and law enforcement staff has been actively volunteering at career events and providing tours of our airports and fire stations. Viper also partnered with the Department of Labor to provide interns interested in the field of aviation, firefighting, property management, IT, engineering, and finance. Viper's intern program is tailored to educate and inspire future professionals preparing to enter the work world either in the field of port management or other careers. We are also pleased to announce that we are preparing to erect a new sign honoring our native son and basketball legend, Tim Duncan and St. Croix. The sign will be erected at the entrance of the Henry E. Wilson Airport, of the Henry E. Wilson Airport. Viper will announce the date of the official unveiling ceremony at some later time. I just want to tell folks it took a long time, but it's because of the various layers of authorization and approvals, not only from Tim Duncan and his foundation, but also the NBA. So it took some time. Conclusion. The Virgin Islands Port Authority remains the gateway of the Virgin Islands. The board and I will continue to be aggressive in our approach to improving and modernizing our facilities. The rest of the world is not waiting on the U.S. Virgin Islands. The time to progress is now. Operating our ports is a 24-hour, 365-day business. I would like to thank all the employees of the Port Authority for their hard work, attention to detail, and dedication to providing exemplary customer service. Madam Chair, I would like to conclude by thanking this body and the Brian Roach administration for its continued support of the Port Authority's operation and our initiatives to improve travel infrastructure for the residents and the visitors of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The assistance VIPA receives from both the legislature and the office of the governor embodies the fact that working together, we can and will achieve what is best for this great territory. My staff and I will remain available to answer any questions that the body might have.
Thank you, Mr. Dow, for your testimony. Colleagues, we will go to a 5-minute round.
Madam Chair, I don't know at what point, but we really would like to.
You want what?
Yeah, it'll be quick.
So do we have the PowerPoint media? Did you submit the PowerPoint to our media division?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, usually.
They told me they did have it. I checked this morning.
Yeah, usually I ask for them to notify me. I was not notified that there was a PowerPoint until I asked you.
I apologize, but
No,
we
it's no problem.
sent it to them.
Are we ready to roll the PowerPoint media? You may proceed, Mr. Dow.
Thank you. So I'll tell you by page, or I'll just say next. Page 2 just speaks to the authority, which most people should have gotten by now. So let's go to page 3, please. And I'll say next going forward. Sorry? No. The Virgin Islands Port Authority is an autonomous institution. It's a self-sustaining agency. Therefore, the authority does not receive an annual budget allotment from the government of the Virgin Islands. The revenue that we, as we discuss and show these projects, the revenue that we receive comes from VIPA funds, its operations primarily via tenant rentals and port dues, port fees. Federal grants, which is awarded to the port through the U.S. Department of Transportation, FAA, the U.S. Coast Guard, etc. The passenger facility charge, which is approved by the FAA, are added to airline tickets to be used for airport improvement only. Legislative allotments, bonds that we might float from time to time. We could go to the next page, please. And we could go straight to page 5. Modernizing our airports. I think I discussed at length the P3 process that we engage in. So, and you could see from that picture what it could look like, what it looks like from time to time at the King Airport. That's what you're seeing there, like a mini Juve morning. But the project of the P3, I already expressed that and went through that. So we could go to the next page. New airlift, we spoke about that. That's our, that's Fly the Whale up to the top screen when they came in. And they have been really providing tremendous service. And then to the lower part where you see Senator Blyden smiling, that is Sky High. As they came and we had that little celebration, we hope to do the same thing in St. Croix shortly. We have Silver Airlines, so our inter-islands traffic and travel has been made much, much easier from where it was a year ago. And we could go to page 7, please. The Parking and Transportation Center, we broke ground on that mid-26th of 2021. Of course, we had some little challenges here and there. And so the project, the project...
Hold a second, Mr. Sorry. Media, we are having a difficult time. Is that the way it's, like, you have that space, page 7 has 2 tiers, or?
Could you put it back up again?
Yeah, put it back up, please.
Yeah.
Well, that's
well except you could have, well, no, we have it the other way. You have it, it's opposite, but I could work with it.
No, we just want to make sure that it's clear, because we're seeing like 2 things at the same time. It seems a little confusing.
Yeah, we have 2 pictures on the same slide.
Okay, very well.
Sorry? Oh, it's split in the slide in 2, but...
Yeah, it's split, the screen is split in the slide.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Could you go ahead, please? Okay, so that picture does depict some of what we read into the record, which was our groundbreaking in May of 2026. And Madam Chair, yourself and several other senators as they prominently featured. And then on the corner you could see of July of 2023, we were doing a major concrete pour. As we speak today, concrete was being poured on a parking garage. Mostly, a lot of it is done either after hours so that the business can continue. Could you go to the next screen, please? That's just another shot of the Parking and Transportation Center. And what you're seeing is the driveway that would take you into the second floor. And so that we can understand that the entrance to the parking garage will be off of that same roadway that you're seeing. It would not be in the traditional sense in where you enter the airport currently. So and when you enter, you're immediately entering on to the second level. And right to that second level will be an elevator bank and some physically challenged parking spaces close by that if anybody traversing, they could make them move back and forth. The other slide, that's just showing the work that we're doing. All of that is real concrete pavement. That's the $29.9 million project, and that's only one phase of it. The whole 29.9 is not just what you're seeing there, but that's just one phase, and a lot of that too is being done, and that's the section that we cutting off. And that's why it's so important that the airline folks and ourselves coordinate these things and work together. But that all of the concrete that you're seeing was formerly, they were formerly asphalt, which makes the heavier these jets are, it compromises the runway, the taxiway, and that's why the project is going on. Could you go to the other one in St. Croix? That's the shoulder vault and lighting construction. That's a $8.7 million project that's ongoing as we speak today. It's new lighting and new base and the new shoulders for the vaulting that's going on. And our marine, I'm trying to run too quick. Our marine division, could you go to the next slide, please? Yeah. Could you go to the next one? Thanks. Okay, this is a restroom renovation that we spoke about, and that's located at the Ormond Fredericks restroom. Continental Construction, so that's one of the projects that this body financed. I could tell you it's really shaping up. We expect to open as soon. We allow for some trailers out there, and the female restroom, we allow for that to be open. We only took down one restroom at a time. Next, please. The Boynes Dock renovation, that's just what it should look like. We have we've done the restrooms there. We expect that we should be opening that section in February of 2024. I'm trying to speed. That's a $1.5 million appropriation from this body. And it would have a canopy. It would be some more closed area, a generator, and the whole works will be there at that facility. Next. The other picture shows the replica of the multi-purpose facility that's currently being designed by Moffitt and Nichols. This body appropriated some $400,000 for that. We're actively doing that. That would need the real funding would come now in the actual construction. I can tell you this concept, we had public hearing. It was very well received and agreed to by the people that attended our hearing. And the next picture is the meeting, the public meeting that was held with the fishermen at Cruz Bay. And again, that's the project I told you while you did the appropriation, there is no funding that we received. We'll communicate with the budget director on that matter. We did before, we'll do just that again. The Charlotte Amalie Harbor, we talk about, we have the permit in to dredge to some 40 feet. We expect to proceed. We're hoping to, by the end of this year, all goes well to get that permit in hand. And by the end of this year, we would want to submit the permits for Crown Bay proper and also the permit that we would need for St. Croix. So the permit for Charlotte Amalie Harbor has already been sent to the Army Corps of Engineers. Next. Next. Thank you. And that just gives you, and that, Senators, you could have a little replica scene, the Schooner Bay Channel dredging that has to go on, and there's a bunch of coral that, not the Port Authority, we're not the one diving or dictating what happens. The people from fisheries, when they talk about the kind of corals that they're seeing and the disturbance there, so they are working through that with our consultants as to how best to do that dredging and what could be relocated. So that's a challenge that we're going through right now. The cargo facility expansion at Cancrine, that's the same project that I spoke of. We're moving forward. I can tell you that we just have a sketch design. We expect to partner with Tropical Shipping on this entire project and whoever else pick their hand. The cargo facility expansion in St. Croix, that was done by the Marriott grant, 21.8 million, sorry, not St. Croix, this is the bulkhead. Next one, please, next, sorry. Okay, where you see the vessel priority RoRo, that entire bulkhead, if you go on that apron now, in areas of it, you could look straight through that concrete and see the water. That's where most of what we consume in St. Thomas comes in, and that entire area has to be rebuilt. Anyhow, the entire area have to rebuild the bulkhead at the facility down at Tropical. And we received some $21.8 million. And I also want to say to the senators, public partnership is not a one-way street. And when we engage with these multi-million and billion-dollar operations, we cannot be afraid to tell them that in true partnership, we need your participation. And what we are proud about in this $21 million you see there, the Port Authority had to provide, not to talk, had to show the money of some $6 million to meet the federal match. If the port didn't have that $6 million to show Department of Transportation, we would not be eligible to receive this $21 million. And when we sat with our partners, not here, in Rivera Beach with Tropical, and met with Crowley, and brought them all together, and had the discussion with them, they agreed with us, and we want to publicly acknowledge that the match of some $6 million so that the port can receive this grant was gotten from both Crowley and Tropical Shipping. I want to publicly say that because at times we say these people here, they don't do nothing. But that $6 million wasn't port money, wasn't GVI money. That was private money that would enable us now to get that. We're engaged in a similar exercise at the container port in St. Croix as we speak. Next. We have the, that's just the pier in St. Croix, the blowout panels, showing you that that work is going. Sorry? Slide 20, we're at, slide 20. So which is the blowout panel work that's been going, and the pier. The pier, the piling and so forth, this takes a while to be ordered, even the panels. So one side of the pier is completed with the panels. We now expect to get the other side completed. And the piling is done. 11 Construction is doing that work. That's the same folks, I understand, doing some work up in St. John for the National Park. So that work is ongoing as we speak. Could you turn to the next? Right, and that's just showing you the area. The pier that we building in St. Croix is going to be, that's permitted. It's a little bigger than the footprint that was there, which means we'll be able to accommodate a couple more of the water tours and the dive operators and the private people who just want to go out and utilize that pier in St. Croix. So it will be a little bigger than it was originally after the storm. And that's the piling and the work that's going on as we speak. And that's the next slide, please. That's the picture of the trolley that we just received a couple days ago in St. Croix. And the second trolley that you're seeing there was the one given to the Port Authority by Diageo. And we could go to page 23. And page 23 is the Garden Finch Marine project. That's an older picture today. Most of that now is paved by concrete so that the tractors, the trailer, the trucks will have to traverse the area will be now operating there. And we have most of those bays already accounted for. And it's just a matter by the end of this year, we want folks in that we could now start to take down the old warehouses up in Christiansted. The other facility that you're seeing, we have all permits. We got the occupancy now finally for this building, and that is the container port, container warehouses. Of that, we have 7 spaces, and these are large warehouses. We have 7 spaces already accounted for with some of the major shipping companies. Next. Well, that picture depicts down Jambrose Beach with our employees participating. We did well. And if, I think our first order of business, where we came, Diane, Ms. Richardson? Quick.
Probably number 7.
We came number 7 one year, but we moved up to about number 5, so we improved it. But I want to thank all of those folks and employees, and even the government of the Virgin Islands, the personnel department that put on that thing. I think it was a fun time for all of us who participated. And next, one of the things the Port Authority really has been inspired about is what we have done with these young people. I know I've been talking to Senator Novell Francis, and when we started out by that one jet, the American Airlines, and landing in our territory, with a young man, Mr. Tutine, bringing out aircraft and American Airlines. After that landed and we did such a public, hooray about it, well deserved, mind you, we got a call from United Airlines. Well, actually, the pilot called me first and said, hey, Mr. Dow, you won't believe I was supposed to be flying some part of it and flying some other part of the world. But my corporate headquarters called me and said, you now must fly in to St. Thomas. So United had their shot at it. We gave them the welcoming. And since that time, we had a gentleman who went to Antilles School here, mind you, a older gentleman who flew in Delta. Because when this go public and the things we do and say to each other right here locally, it transcends the world with media today. So there was American, United, Delta. That's the big ones. Well, guess what? We just received notice about 2-3 weeks ago that on September 11, a young lady that works for the same institution, whose son, Mr. Thompson, will be flying a 911 coming in here with JetBlue. And that's what we are talking about. That's why the aviation school, even if they're not a pilot, but be a mechanic or what have you, that's why these things are so critical. So it's not about the Port Authority. It's about awareness that young people, and we're getting the calls every day as to people, young people, all over in the aviation field. So we take great pride in what we've been able to do from a public relations standpoint and educating and informing the public at large. And the last one, please. That was our summer interns that participated this year. We hope we could go bigger next year. But for us, we expect that at least one of those young men would be spending some time. He will be going to UVI, and we have also offered him, just like we did with Tafari Nelson, the opportunity when he have his time off or days off to be able to come to the authority in the engineering section. And Madam Chair, you should know very well, in fact, your son was one of our summer students who was in engineering, came back to work for the Port Authority as an engineer, and today remains an engineer in the territory. So these things work. We spend a lot of money on the other side and in incarceration. We need to spend evenly with these kind of educational opportunities. That concludes our presentation. We thank each and every one of you, and we want to thank, at the end of the day, the people that 9-member board that I work for in terms of our board, and all those members that comprise the Port Authority Governing Board, chaired by Mr. Willard John. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dell, for your presentation before the committee. Colleagues, we did say that we're going to go to a 5-minute round because there's a lot to discuss as relates to VIPA. I'm going to start out with page 5 of your testimony. You shared with us your capital projects. And, of course, all of your capital projects, the associated expenditures or costs, if you will, for the capital projects all will not take place in the same year. So do you have a capital projects master plan as far as the buckets as to how those funds will be expended year on year, a 5-year period or whatever that period is? Because we have not seen that. And I asked the question because when I look at your page 5, you noted on the revenue comparisons that you intend to generate some $245,954,000 in FY 2024. However, your expenses only shows 67.3 million. So it means that, is it that the 178.7 million does that comprise of all of your anticipated capital expenditures for FY 24?
Okay, let the CFOs, Ms. Penn, you can speak to that quickly. Any other pen them. I suspect you heard the question, right? You heard the question?
What's your capital for the year? Put your name.
I'm sorry.
And that's the other thing. So when you speak the first time, please put your name on the record for the sake of the stenographer.
Anna Penn, Chief Financial Officer. What is really happening on page 5 is the top is the use of funds. So we're budgeted at capital grants to be received at 133 million. The capital expenses are not on the bottom when you're looking at the bottom of the page. It's not in there.
Correct.
Yes.
But I still beg the question, as it relates to your capital project funding for FY 24, what is the intent as it relates to VIPA as to what will they spend on capital projects? Because you may have, like for instance, the executive director did an excellent job of sharing with us that, let's see, let's give a big project. Give me a big one. Let me see. The cargo facility expansion, right? Let's use that one. You ain't gonna spend the whole, you awarded 21.8 million. You're not gonna spend the whole 21. That project is over 5 years, 10 years, whatever amount of years. So in FY 24,
how much of that?
What is that amount? So do you have a capital budget?
We have
not a capital project, a capital master plan that lays out. In FY 23, I spent $5. In FY 20, Project X, $100. I spent 25 in FY 23, 25 in FY 24, 25 in FY 25, 25 in FY 26. That gives you the $100. That's basically the question. So what I'm saying is, although you have revenues that you're generating under the car rental facility charges of $2 million, right? Are you intending to spend the entire $2 million in FY 24?
Yes, for this year, yes. This is the use of funds for this fiscal year 24.
Okay, so capital projects tied to that money.
Yes.
Okay, so right. So of that $2 million, what are those projects that's tied to capital? What's the breakdown? How much money is spent on capital projects for FY 24? That's basically the question.
For 24, we have 172.9 million. We have 89.5 for aviation. Marine have 83, and admin and general have like 339.
Okay, so can we get a breakdown of your capital projects by not the project, but the buckets of how those funds will be spent? Mr. Dow, you understand?
Yeah, we'll provide
Okay,
item by item and what we spend on it.
Yes.
The only thing I'd like to say though is that, and which I know you do fully, but not for yourself, but for the public at large, is that where we would see a project, let's go to the transportation center or what have you, or even let's go to the airfield. We have a big number. So we have a $29 million project supposed to happen on the airfield. Prior to even getting the grant, we have to say to FAA, whatever that 10%, we set that aside. If it happens, fine. And if it don't happen, we still have to show them that 10% that you have. And if it happens now, that might only, we'll expend that probably in that fiscal year, or it could come so late that it roll into part of both fiscal
Correct.
year.
So that's basically my ask. What are we intended to expend? What are we projecting to expend in the respective fiscal year? So in FY23, we're in FY23 now. What is your capital projects anticipated spend for 23?
Ava Penn, 172.9.
For 23?
Yes, for 24. You want 23?
Right, but what is your spend this year, this fiscal year? And if you don't have it, you can come back.
Okay.
That's fine, but you understand
Yes.
the importance of the information. So I'm going to ask this question again. Do you have a 5-year, 10-year, 7-year, 8-year capital plan based on all of the associated
We do have a
funds?
5-year capital plan,
Right.
which will provide for you.
Okay, good.
So we do have
you.
a 5-year capital plan, because that's why you have to, that plan has to be submitted to the FAA so they could determine, or we could determine what they'll fund and what they wouldn't fund.
That's for your marine as well, right? Because your revenues from your marine should also be supporting whatever capital
So we'll
projects
provide,
you may or may not have.
correct, we'll provide you with
right,
at least a
good, sure.
5-year plan.
Okay, I think it's Senator Bulkes. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience, and good afternoon, Director Dow and the administrative leadership of the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Being that we're talking about projects, I really wanted to dive into the Lindbergh Bay Hotel project. I know that has been an eyesore for quite some time, and there's a lot of development that could take place there and enhance our portfolio when it comes to rooms being available here on the island from an economic standpoint. So I wanted to know, I know that there was back in April, the board met and you reviewed the RFQ, and that went through its deliberations and the board voted. But right now, where do we stand on that? What are the timelines? What are you looking at or projecting for having that proposal before the Port Authority?
Okay, just like I said in my opening statement, that the RFQ happened already. We know what the RFP stage. We expect that the RFP should go out probably in the next 30 days or so.
30 days. Okay. And how many rooms potentially would that be that you're discussing? It could
No, I mean,
be
the RFP speaks to the details. I couldn't tell you in my head what those details are, but the RFP speaks to how much rooms, what brand, 2-star, 3-star. That's what the RFP would speak to, and that's what they represent.
Okay, very well. What would you be wanting to forecast, or what would you want for that area? How many rooms would you prefer, ideally?
I mean, I wouldn't tell you what my preference is, because just like how we're speaking, the folks are going to respond to this proposal, and they're going to say, well, you said X, Y, Z, or whatever, but it's what's there, and I think there's a minimum requirement. I don't have the RFP in front of me.
Okay, very well. Moving on to the Herman V. Fredericks Marine Terminal. I understand that you'll be dredging there, and of course, you will sell the sand to the most immediate bidder or responsive bidder. In the event that does not happen, where will you potentially store the sand?
Well, we're going to have to store it anyhow, because when it comes out, it'll be really wet. You have to leave it dry out. But let me be clear. The area when we talk about at Red Hook, the area we're dredging is where the barges are.
Right.
You could literally go and stand up knee deep in that. So we'll be doing some maintenance dredging there. And that'll happen during the night, that the barge is able to convert. By morning, it must be clean. But the port have property right around the corner. Okay. If you're going towards Sapphire, and there's a gate there, you make that right, we have some property back there that we would put the dredge material there.
Okay, excellent. And if you can explain, I know in page 6 you sort of broke down your personnel budget. I was wondering, can you explain the difficulties that Port Authority is having concerning hiring and retaining engineers and law enforcement officers and firefighters?
Well, it's what happened in the entire world, and nothing unique to us. And our pay for engineers, we had kind of bumped it up. But we're competing with every place else, you know. So we do we do our advertisement, we do what have you. But just like the VIPD and their challenges to find folks, we have the same kind of challenges. But the engineering, remember, and one of the things that we continue to do in this territory is because we pay somebody $100,000, which some people get, I mean, I'm not minimizing what it is, but you're not going to find these young people coming home to work for $100,000 when, these companies going to offer them $250,000, and we get bent out of shape. But I could tell you, the Port Authority, when the first set of engineers,
1 minute.
we brought them in at the same starting salary at the time as New York at the time. So we did have some folks, and it's going to be a revolving situation because people could go, especially with all the work you have, construction. You have all these schools, the inspectors and engineers needed. So these private company could pay them $300,000. That's what we're up against.
All right. And for the jobs that you listed, ARFF and LEO departments, could you tell me
30 seconds.
What those are?
Okay, the LEOs, that's law enforcement, that's the police officers. And then the ARF is the firefighters. And with the firefighters, well, we might have, they have to go through training, not just locally, but they have to go to be certified for aircraft in particular. So it's not everybody going to pass that stuff either.
And you temporarily hired in those divisions?
No, we have full-time people there.
Full-time?
Yeah. And the only temp is, I think in St. Croix we have some part-time police officers. We do that to augment from time to time.
Okay, very well. Thank you for the responses, Director Dow, and thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bulkes. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Director Dow and all of your management team there with you, and thank you so much for that most comprehensive testimony. I know it's a budget hearing, so let me go into the numbers because there's a lot of other questions I'd like to ask, but now is not the time. But in respect to the budget, and let me just follow up on that line of questioning right quick, succinctly, in respect to vacancies. How many vacancies do you have at Port Authority?
Ms. Richardson, move the microphone.
Diane Richardson, Human Resources Director. We currently have a total of 58 vacancies.
58 vacancies.
Correct.
And you have 345 employees, correct? 345?
345, that's correct.
In respect to the vacancies, of course, the director spoke to the challenges that you are facing like everyone else. What's the plan of action?
So we've been doing some social media. We've been trying to implement incentives for some of our positions, job fairs. We are meeting with our unions, and hopefully we'll be able to offer more attractive packages.
Okay, very well. Let me go to the testimony. In terms of wages, and the director spoke on page 7 to most of the retroactive wages and salary increases due to the employees. Where you at with that in terms of outstanding? How much percentage you would say is outstanding still?
So we only have basically our non-union employees, and that would amount to 46 individuals that we are due to pay retro to, and employees in our aviation union, which would be 136 employees.
Okay, very well. In respect to the operations, and the director also spoke to the different airline incentives and the different airlines that came on board. He's mentioned 4 in particular. As he stated last time he was here, they were not online, and they're online right now. In terms of your revenues coming in, how have that assisted not only with service but revenues at the Port Authority? Have that assisted with increased revenues, or what are we looking at like in that respect, and or better service?
While you will see some little bump, let's say the inter-island for what was happening, but remember now, you wouldn't see some major bump because in the incentive program, we waive for the first year landing fees as an attraction to get these folks here. And hopefully the whole intent behind it is that they find the market economically good enough for them to continue. So, and then even some of the operational fees is cut by 50%. So right now, it will be some little bump because that was traffic we wasn't getting. But the economy as a whole is who benefit. Because some of these people coming now, they're staying in a hotel, they're taking a taxi, they're eating in a restaurant.
The passenger fee from $5 to $7 increase. How much will we see annually as a result of that incentive?
1 minute.
You know, the passenger fee, in St. Croix, it was $5, the cruise fees. Asking how much?
Can we see in terms of revenues for the authority to assist with your operation?
Okay, just do $5 times 140. That's what, and then turn around. Not for you to do it, Senator. No. I'm just saying that it's $5 per passenger. So you multiply 5 times 140, and then now a difference of $2.
30 seconds.
140.
How much?
280.
280. And then now in January, that goes from $5 so to $7, which will be a difference of $2 additional.
Okay, very well. And in closing, you spoke to collecting most of your revenues from the cargo ports for your operations. What percentage would you say that most represents? You say most of your revenues come from the cargo ports. What percentage of operations?
Most of our revenues come from cruise, but what we're referring to, a substantial amount of revenues come from cargo. You could tell me what we have from cargo? Eva? Eva, how much money we get from cargo?
It's cruise ship percentage is about 49%, and cargo is about 30%.
Okay, very well. Thank you for your responses. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. What was those percentages that you shared, Ms. Penn?
Answer.
Sorry?
The percentages that you gave the senator?
49 for cruise, 30 for cargo.
So what the rest is?
Ferry passengers,
BVI.
rentals.
Okay, so that's your other
Yes.
revenues.
But the
So-
majority of it is cruise cargo.
So your other revenue is about 19%.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. All right, just wanted to make sure we cleared that up. That was clear. Okay, so we're looking at the statement that you shared with the Post-Audit Division. I believe that statement came in on Thursday or Friday. The statement of expenditures by your prime, and in FY22, you expended like $82 million in your just overall. I think this document just speaks specifically to your overall operations, not your federal funds. Sorry, not your capital projects, your capital program. So as we look, your fiscal year is October 1, starts in October 1, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you have the same fiscal year as the government. So as of June of 2023, you expended $55 million. $55.1 million in your operating expenses. Based on the statement of expenditures that we received by Prime. So that basically says that you, on average, spend about $6.9 million per month, right? So we have, after June, you have 3 more months within the fiscal year. So is it that you have ramped up expenditures, and it more than likely will be a yes, because that's when you're ramping up for your the industry to come online, right? After, what it is, October? When did it start? October.
Late October.
October, right? So you're projecting, based on this number, some $8.9 million that you'll be spending in those 3 months, more than, well, not more, but for those 3 months, 8.5 million, which would be $2 million more than your regular spend per month, give or take. So do you anticipate that you will expend I don't know what your FY23 budget was. I don't know that number, but we're going to stay with the 22. So do you anticipate that you're going to spend more or less than $82 million in FY23?
Senator, just to correct the record, the Schedule 1 does include capital expenditures under capital outlay.
Okay, so, okay,
Look
good.
under
So
capital-
that even makes it a little more scary. That makes it scarier. Because what capital outlay are you referencing? Your big projects that the executive director shared? Or is it, and it should be because it says all
Yes, it
out of
does.
12.4.
Yes, it does.
So then, are you anticipating, because then your numbers are very, very low, based on, is it that payments may be in the channel? It's all kind of different things that could happen. But you're, based on what we shared as of June, and based on the projects that we see, visually, we've seen them, right? Your numbers in your current expenditures for this year seems very low.
Well, what's
Okay.
going to happen, you're going to see some, as we come closer to the end of the year, you're going to see some major payments being, happen. So we're going to be expending quite a bit of money in these last couple of months for stuff that's been ongoing.
So you have payments in the pipeline, because bringing it to the 3 months is only $8.9 million a month. That's $26.5 million for 3 months. Ms. Penn?
Anna Penn. One of the expenses we have is, at April 1, we renew our insurance. So our insurance had a big jump. So we have, between that and the interest for that, there's a big portion that's going on in the next couple quarters.
Okay.
We also have, we had the contractual agreements with the union. Some of the payouts we did are going to be in this second quarter that we're just doing.
You mean your last quarter?
Yes.
Okay. Your fourth quarter?
Yes.
Okay.
We also had
What were your bond payments?
the bond payments, yes.
When is that paid?
We just paid the one for
You paid after
August.
June?
Yes. We paid the big figure in March, but we set up the figure every month. But we did make that. We also have where we had some contractual agreements that were held up and are coming in now.
So those will be paid?
Yes,
So we are
by
going, you
September.
will see your projections, that's the one thing you didn't share with us, is your projections for FY23. So we should see a larger expenditure in FY23 against your 23 budget. So tell us what your 23 budget was.
The 23 budget was 266.1 million for projected for expenses. It is on the bottom, so the chart is
Oh, that's
kind
right,
of
it is.
backward.
You're right, you're
Yes.
right. It is here.
And we did hold up in 23. There was some expenses. We waited to see how the revenue was coming in. So once we knew how that was, because we, after COVID, just seeing how it was coming in. So we did hold off, and now we're letting some of those go through.
So you have obligations that you have to pay out against your capital,
Yes,
in particular for FY23.
yes.
That's very clear based on this expenditure report. All right. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yes. Pleasant good afternoon to all the listening audience. Blessing. Madam Chair, I am so impressed with this presentation from the Port Authority. The Virgin Islands Port Authority, I'm quoting on page 23, remains the gateway to the Virgin Islands. And Mr. Dow is telling us here the board and himself will continue to be aggressive in their approach to improving and modernizing the facilities. The rest of the world is not waiting on the U.S. Virgin Islands. The time to progress is now. You know, I have to congratulate you and your 9-member board and your staff present here. Just looking at you and listening to the presentation, you know, it makes me proud to be a Virgin Islanders, because this agency here is what it's all about to be a Virgin Islander. You know, take a look. This is a $246 million operation, Pupa. This agency, when you compare them to UVI and WAPA and housing and waste management, Brother Dow here is underpaid at $221,000. The rest of them making a lot. But you are the lowest paid of all of them other agency, and this agency is way higher performing. You know, from a little boy, right? I know this guy, Mr. Martin. He was a harbor pilot. And I always want to tell Virgin Islanders, listen, the harbor pilot is a good job. We are a boating community. You have to aspire to be a harbor pilot. Port Authority got 12 harbor pilot making $155,600. All of them make more than the governor. This is what it is about to be a Virgin Islander, a proud agency. So I got to compare you with Commissioner Alejandro for Property and Procurement, because I gave them an A+, and I'm going to give you guys an A+. They got 2 points you're missing, and that is with the custodian, the airport shuttle driver, and the baggage handler. What can them boy pay a little bit? You know, your baggage handler, them boy back, you know, going to hurt them because they're doing a lot of work. And it will also disencourage them from getting involved in the wrong thing. Because, you know, we had some issues with baggage handler and thing. Okay, so now let me go to the cruise passenger tax. The cruise passenger tax is $14.64. Yes. Is that what it is? And WICO gets $7.80, and Port Authority gets $6.84, right? Is that how it goes out?
Senator, WICO gets $7.80 for ships that go to WICO.
Okay.
Crown Bay gets $7.80 for ships that go to Crown Bay. The Port Authority gets $6.84 for port dues, regardless of where the ship berths.
Okay. So now let's go to the you know, Sky High Aviation. You know, I got to congratulate Senator Dow y por la comunidad latino. Ahora hay mucho progreso. El avión tenía 50 pasajeros, ahora son 100. Podemos volar directamente a la República Dominicana y regresar. El vuelo nada más duró como 47 minutos.
Sí,
this is progress. You know, this is excellent progress. I am so happy. So now the harbor now 40 feet or 36 feet. You guys getting $6.84 from the cruise ships that go to WICO. So who is responsible for dredging it? Have we agreed on 46 feet or 36 feet? Mr. Dow, tell me where we at with that.
Thanks. First of all, the application we sent to Army Corps is for 40 feet. We expect to do the 40 feet. The issue in so much that is how we're going to pay for it. And the statute, the law that created the Port Authority, the harbors we are responsible for. But I want to be abundantly clear. I don't intend to be back and forth on this matter, except that the dues that are paid when folks come in the harbor is not, it don't say in the law that this is for dredging. It talks about other things as well, you know, maintenance of the harbors. And we could never, the port will never have the requisite money. And that's why in Puerto Rico, the 4 major harbors in Puerto Rico and most states are federalized, which means that it is the Army Corps of Engineers who really pays for those dredging.
Thank you.
Puerto Rico just last week got $53 million from the Army Corps to dredge. I believe in closing your door and licking your child. I hope that that's what we'll do real soon.
Yes, Madam Chair, can I allow to finish up my question?
Yeah, and let me just,
yes.
Madam, sorry.
And you could answer that on Madam Chair's time. Okay, one quick question and then I'll close with this. The public-private partnership on page 14, will the employees remain government employees, and will they remain with the same benefits like the other government employees?
Well, just like we have said to all our employees, we're at a place now that it's only when we want two things we hold fast. We're not terminating no employees, one, and secondly, everybody that works currently at the port would be offered a job. How that is going to happen, remember, a lot of this is going to come when we select some company and we start negotiations with them. But the one thing we want to make abundantly clear, we're not terminating no employee.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to this entire staff, you and the 9-member board. Blessing. Thank you very much for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah,
You may complete your thought, Mr. Dow.
We really appreciate the words from Senator Fonseca, but there's a couple little things I want to correct, only because we're on a public record and other people listening. So the Port Authority don't have baggage handlers.
Okay.
The baggage handlers are private contractual arrangements. So we don't pay the baggage handlers. They are paid privately by CGC, Worldwide, and these folks. So even they call us, "Dow lad, I must see why you don't do my bag late. I'm waiting here forever." It's not the Port Authority that do that. I'm just doing it for the public edification. And the other thing with the shuttle drivers, right? The shuttle drivers, to be quite frank, is not a permanent job. We did the shuttle drivers because we built in the transportation center. And as a result, there are part-time jobs that we give some people in this community an opportunity to drive. Everybody want more money, we understand. But that's a temporary position that we did through our HR, and we have to make sure that it's in line, that we don't have unionized people that's going to come after us and say, well, hey, you just hired these shuttle drivers, what they're being paid. So those are a temporary situation because we build in the transportation center to move the folks that work at the airport back and forth.
Thank you, Mr. Dow. You're good, you know. You're good. Because you know I was going to ask you about these baggage handler. I heard you say that 1 second. I did not realize that. I was very taken aback when I saw that Viper now covers baggage handlers. I'm seeing it in the post-audit reports. I don't know what our challenge is or how did that occur. Is it that we are doing something temporary as a result of, or there's something new about it?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so if we could get some clarification on that, because we're seeing it we've seen the airport shuttle driver. So those, for clarification, because of the work that you're doing in this district in particular, those shuttle drivers take folks back and forth. What's the parking location that they're taking them to?
What's the what?
The parking location.
Oh, from by Kwang Bay parking lot into the airport.
Right.
So they run the TSA, the CBP folks back and forth out.
Okay, so you're assisting with everyone that works at Viper to make sure that they're able to get back and forth between
that we have a contract with.
Correct.
The Port Authority is part of the agreement with TSA working in the airport and CBP and some other employees. We must provide them place to park at the airport.
So that comes at a cost.
Correct.
For the Virgin Islands Port Authority. So the baggage handler piece.
Yeah, we have to correct something there. So it's two different baggage handlers. So let us.
Is that the marine baggage handlers?
No, but
let's
go
hear what
ahead,
it is.
Ms. Richardson, please.
Diane Richardson, Human Resources Director. The baggage handlers are employees that were hired just for a temporary period of time to address some of the long lines at the airport, with assisting with lifting the bags and putting them on the belt. And we entered into an agreement with the airlines for them to reimburse us for the cost.
Okay, so it's budgeted, but you get reimbursed. So you pay them direct.
Yes.
So they operate as temporary employees of Virgin Islands Port Authority, and then the airlines would submit that as part of their landing fees, etc. When they submit that payment monthly or whatever it is.
Let Jerome speak to her, please.
Yes, Senator. It is just a customer service initiative that we did temporarily at the CBP TSA area to help passengers move bags, especially with some of the not having our baggage belt system in place now at this point. So it was just a temporary initiative that we got with the car.
Is that in both districts?
It was at both districts, but we kind of settled that out now.
So are they still working for Viper?
No, not at this time.
Okay, so they're not included in your current budget numbers. Okay,
but if for example, in St. Croix we had a challenge, A bell
We got to
goes...
slow down just a little bit for the
Sorry.
stenographer, because she giving me a little eye.
Oh.
Yeah, so
I
we
know
gotta
what
work with
I know
that.
what I look like.
Yeah, we gotta work with that, okay?
Yeah, for example, if a bell could go down today, it's happening in St. Croix. A bell goes down, so now the people have to traverse a long way, the elderly. So we might now take the initiative to bring in some people just to help these folks move the baggage, provide within that secure area.
And that's honorable, because, I mean, I don't know what it looks like leaving out of St. Croix for a flight to the contiguous, but in St. Thomas, oh my goodness, it's brutal. It's still brutal. And I don't know what that relationship is in St. Thomas, but the baggage handlers in St. Thomas do not lift your bags for you. So I suspect that contractually, that's one of the things that wherever we go in the U.S., once we put it on that weighing machine, the agents pick it up, they put it on the belt, and it goes. In St. Thomas, in the territory, actually, we got to lift them bags ourselves. So I suspect that's some arrangement that you all have with the providers.
Well,
provider.
That's why it's important for us seriously to really rebuild and reconstruct what we have there, because it's not. This is one of the few places you go and you meet in CBP before you meet in TSA. So that in of itself is a challenge. But we there now. We have agreed on how that system, what it should look like in any new design that's coming.
So so basically, you're saying that we got stiff. Actually, about lifting up the bag, them, you know.
From where?
When we get to the baggage handlers to the belt.
Okay, right.
They do not lift your bag for you. You have to lift. I mean, some of them to be kind, but you have to put that bag on that belt yourself.
Yeah.
After you pass TSA. Customs, sorry.
So you're on the inside of the airport now?
I got a lot of people in my air. That's what happening to me.
Yeah,
you're on the inside of the airport. So we carry our bags inside.
Correct.
We go to customs. After customs, we hit the belt before we get to TSA. So the question I was asking, is there a contract or some agreement that you have where those individuals who are handling the bags do not lift the bags for the clients, the travelers, the passengers? Because that's clearly something that happens that is clearly an issue.
Yes, Senator, we meet with our airline, TSA, and CBP partners monthly about those issues and others at our airport. To be totally frank and honest, there is a bag etiquette policy with the TSA that does prevent them from, obviously, as when you guys get there, before we have the baggage handlers, that they will not handle your bags. This is how we got with the airlines to get the baggage handlers. One of the things that I have done is specifically is trying to look at seeing some type of mechanical device to put something there for the public so that we can get the bags up onto the rollers so that TSA can now move the bags through their system. But there is something in the TSA policy that they have with about handling bags from the public, from, I guess, maybe a security perspective. But we continuously press with them, the stressing to them the importance of customer service coming through the airport, security and no security, and our people moving through the airports to get these bags through and be efficient.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you said it, because when you go through there, the first thing that comes to my mind is I got called down because this situation here is horrible. I'm going to be honest with you, that's why I wanted to make sure that you put it on the record so the public will understand that the lifting of the bags, so those employees who receive our bags are TSA employees.
Correct. At the checkpoint, yes, correct.
At the checkpoint, right? And TSA is the reason for the season that we got to lift up our bag, because you're basically saying that they do not want to touch that bag.
They are union people
before they hit the belt. There's union people throughout the United States.
No, I'm saying, no, right, but Senator, what happens there, right? For example, after discussing this with the airlines, sometimes even their customers could be late because of certain things. So after discussing a meeting with the airlines, we came to what we thought is a resolution, which is Port Authority will hire some folks to literally put the bags on the belt, because TSA ain't going to do it. Sometimes they're nice enough, they might do it, but they're not supposed to do it. So TSA isn't doing it. We thought that we would hire some folks just to do that until things could change. Except that the agreement is that the airlines now will reimburse us. So that's where the rubber meets the road. That's as far as I will go at this point.
So I'm going to go to the next senator, but have you ever traveled to DC? So when we go to DC, I just having a hard time with this. I'm going to be frank with you. So when I go to DC and we're leaving DC, just think about it. You go in a little line and you leave your bag there. All the bags are piled up there, so there's no long line. But the TSA people will lift up that bag and move it on the thing. So what is that challenge? Are we having an inequality conversation here? Because when you go to the District of Columbia, in particular, that's one of them that don't have the belt that's there where the agent receives it. You have to take your bag around the corner and drop it right there, and then the TSA people have to deal with it, so there's no line. The bags sit there, the bag going to be piled up, but they don't move the bags out and keep moving. So I don't know if you've looked at that, Director Dow, but that is something that I have witnessed, and I'm wondering why is it that it looks different in the U.S. Virgin Islands? That's it.
I got it loud and clear.
Got it. Thank you. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the testifiers, and I am always impressed when Mr. Dow and his team come here and do their testimonies, but I always got work from Mr. Dow. I really appreciate hearing of all of these projects, and I want to start off asking about FEMA funding. Did you receive any kind of FEMA funding, especially for the Henry Rosen Airport in that era that Fleming and all of those buildings are there? They're the same way from the hurricane. So did you receive any funding to fix those properties, those warehouses?
Annie Sarge, Deputy Executive Director, Virgin Islands Port Authority. Senator Johnson, we did have project worksheets for those particular projects. However, our insurance proceeds exceeded the amounts that FEMA was allotting to us for the damages. So in actuality, they deducted a whole bunch of insurance proceeds from those PWs. So we do not have adequate funding from FEMA to address those projects. So any funding would have to come directly from Viper operating or capital budget to address those PWs.
So as we stand here right now, then you're saying to me nothing in the pipeline for those. There are very big sore eyes on the airport, right. And when the president land, his plane park up right in front of those sore eyes on our airport. So as soon as we get some information on this project, I really would appreciate it. Director Dow, I sent you 2 videos. One of them is a picture that I personally took on the 7th of August of the bathroom on St. Croix Airport. I hope that you can look at them, and I hope we can get some progress with those restroom facility. I also see you have 15 temporary employees, but you have 58 opening. Are any of those positions that are available, any of those people can apply for these positions? Is any kind of contrast with the work they're doing and the position that you have available?
Okay, certainly any folks who apply, we encourage people to apply. The challenges are some of the disciplines. It's you'll see that a lot of the vacancies might be that of police, fire, engineering, and those kind of specialty things, or maybe airport operations, which comes with a different level of skills that's required. So it's not so much of the vacancy, it's being able to have the requisite people with the qualifications or certifications to go in those jobs.
You also spoke about the airlift between the territory, and that's a big step in a big way. But in the island of St. Croix, we have a big open gap with people traversing to the Caribbean island. Any headways on any of these airlines willing to expand to do airlift to the Caribbean islands?
As we speak today, I don't know of any, but I like to always make it abundantly clear that the Port Authority continue to offer incentives. Airlines are going to do their due diligence and determine whether or not a market is feasible for them to come to. But we do whatever we can outside the incentives, speaking to people like organization and so forth. But I don't know of any today that's telling us that they expect to expand anywhere else in the Caribbean.
You spoke a lot about the 3P, and one of the questions I want to ask about the 3P, we spoke highly about it, and I think it's the right way to go. However,
1 minute.
Concession area, with the local concession vendors that are there now still have an opportunity to do business if this 3P go into place?
Well, what I'll say, Senator, the short answer is yes, but what I also want to make clear is that selecting somebody, everything is not done. Selecting somebody, then we go into the negotiations. There are certain caveats and certain lines that we would enter
30
into
seconds.
that we would accept or don't accept or reject.
All right, I sure hope that our folks that are there will have that opportunity. I definitely want to say thank you for that Tim Duncan saying that you're about to resurrect again. Now, I saw where you spoke about car rental facilities charges, and I heard you talk about an increase in it. And I saw your projected 23 was 700,000, and the 24 budget goes up to 2 million. Is that increase that you're seeing is based on the increase that you're going to be augmenting on them?
No, Senator, I'm glad you asked that, because the car rental charge that we speak about at the airport is only in St. Thomas. The car rentals in St. Croix at the time, they opted, which that's a discussion that needs to be had. Because while you want improvements, and we were telling them, you're not paying for it, it's the people that come in and rent the cars who are paying. So these kind of arguments, and all of you as senators in that district sometimes have to help us to inform the population, because we can't just say we want, for example, we want parking garage, we want this, we want that. Over $3 million so far of what we got is from the car rental fee, not being borne for the most part on the local residents. This is the people that come in and rent a car. So even in St. Croix, we started it years ago in St. Thomas. The car rental companies in St. Croix said they didn't want to participate at the time. But I mean, I know, and we sometimes acquiesce to that kind of stuff, but you want these things done. And sometimes we've got to look at each other and have a frank discussion. They're not free. And so we expect to have that discussion. In St. Thomas, the taxi lane that you're seeing that the van them could exit through a separate lane from everybody else, that was paid for because it's anything that could improve the transportation of the rental cars and so forth. So the truth is, that fee is only in St. Thomas, it's not in St. Croix.
Madam Chair, can I dive a little deeper in this conversation here? Just one more question.
Sure, you may.
So, Director, though, you're saying to me the rental cars that are parked on the airport at St. Croix, which take up nearly half the parking lot, they're not paying for none of that?
Yes, they pay they have a lease for space. For the cars to park, they have a lease for counter. What we're talking about, an additional fee, just like when you rent a car in Florida, it tell you $2 for a surcharge, $10 for this. So we're talking about an additional fee, and the person that rent the car, not the company, but they opted not to participate. Only the companies in St. Thomas took us up and participate. And hence today, like I said to you, of that parking garage, a few $1 million what the port have to put into that project is coming from such a fee.
So I am hearing from you that you're going to be having this discussion with the car rental on the island of St. Croix.
Well, we've had it before, but right now, I've been honest with you, we don't expect to go too far with some of what we're doing. We want to see where this P3 going to land us, and see where we go with that.
Mm-hmm.
Again, thank you very much. I really appreciate when you come and testify. You really come with a handful, and you're a working man. There's no question about that. And I appreciate the work, and you and your team and the board. We just need to find ways to assist our brothers and sisters from the Caribbean that are trying to go home to visit or emergency. It's a costly endeavor here on the island of St. Croix. There is no airlift heading that way. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Just very quickly, when does your exclusive relationship with the seaplane expire?
How much more time do you have? Anybody can help me?
Senator, I believe 2020. No, I'll take that back. It's about 5 or 6 years from now because we just went into. I think we had a meeting with them, but we can get you that. We can get you that date. I don't have it exactly off the top of my head.
So are we saying that there was an extension?
No, not since we're here.
Not since you've been there?
No.
So it expires in 24, 25. Well, did you say 5 more years?
Yeah, it's about 5 more years. It was not 24, 25. Sorry, Jerome Sheridan, Territorial Airport Manager. I think it's about 5 more years, but I'm looking now, Senator, to get you that date for you.
Okay, so let me ask you, Mr. Doe, have they been paying their bills? Are they up to date with paying their bills? The seaplane and Seaborne in total, because I know that, what is it? Like, so Seaborne is silver, and then you have Seaborne silver, and then you have Seaborne, right?
Senator, we kind of engage in some discussion.
So you have an agreement?
I would rather not.
So the answer is no, they have not been paying their bills.
No, they pay.
So you have an agreement with them?
With who?
You currently have an agreement with them?
Correct, with both, yes.
Yeah, so how does that... So you make a budget annually, and you continue to find the organization in a situation where these particular revenues that you project for within that year, you're not seeing it, and you have to get engaged in these agreements. Do you have other vendors that fall in that category?
Yeah, we have vendors from time to time with us. We try to work out
on that level?
On that level?
Not from time to time, all the time.
Well, what I can say that it's no secret. We had some challenges with silver. They paid us up what they had owed us at a point, and we still have dealing with some challenges going forward. So.
Yeah, and I asked the question because the work that we do, we travel back and forth, and many times we are unable to move. I mean, I was very happy to see the whale. Whale, right? That's it, right?
Yeah.
Fly the whale?
Yeah.
To see Fly the Whale, because we now have another option. But we found ourselves in many occasions where we are unable to come to St. Thomas or go to St. Croix. So I know that there's that agreement, but I guess the question is, are they living up to the agreement?
Well, like I said, this is some legal issues that we are challenged with, and I would rather not go too far.
No problem, but I'm just saying that we're having a 2020, perhaps a 5 years out in a exclusive relationship. But if you're exclusive, then it's like any relationship. If you're exclusive, then you gotta behave, right? So there's certain things that you have to ensure that you do for exclusivity. And if that is not happening, then we need to reevaluate the situation to determine if we are truly exclusive, right?
Senator, you're correct, but at this point, what I'll say, I cannot say anything that would bring the port into any legal discussion. That's as much as I want to go here.
I believe
we're dealing with it, though. Let me put it
I believe your deputy wants this. I'm just saying that, we've seen where there's work that needs to happen at the two, what do we call it? What do we call it?
The terminals, the seaplane terminals.
The two seaplane terminals. And because of the exclusivity, are you able to receive federal dollars
No, we can't.
Because of?
It's been exclusive, so the federal government is not going to give you any money when you don't have a competition for that. So in that sense, no. And that's one of the things, I'll go this far as saying that they approach us since I'm there. They came with a plan to they wanted some extensions and all this kind of stuff, and what they're going to do, what they're going to build, what they're going to do. And the Port Authority, our position has been steadfast, that we will not engage in any further extension or anything until and unless the exclusivity is given up. That's our position. They know that. It's not no secret. We have said that in the public record.
All right, very well. You had something you wanted to say, Ms.
In reference to your first question, Senator, it is 2027.
Oh, 2027. Okay.
And in reference to Senator Johnson's earlier question about the restrooms, we have started work on those, and I think
Be specific when you say restrooms.
Oh, on St. Croix Airport.
Okay.
Our Assistant Executive Director has more information on that.
Bill Rollins, Assistant Executive Director.
Speak in the mic, sir.
Bill Rollins, Assistant Executive Director. In reference to the bathrooms that Senator Johnson mentioned, work on those bathrooms should commence this Wednesday. Most of the bathrooms at the terminal have been refurbished or retrofitted. Thus far, we have 3 remaining, and those should be addressed beginning Monday.
All right. Thank you for your response. Senator Joseph, Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and a pleasant good afternoon to everyone, especially the hardworking men and women at the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Director Dow, I noted, and I just did a quick comparative analysis, I noted on your presentation of your 2023 budget in 2022, you had indicated that the aviation portion of your operation was operating at a loss, a net loss. It was about $11 million. You could say $11.5 million. Are you experiencing any net loss on the aviation portion now, or for the or projecting a net loss for the 2024 budget?
We do have...
Speak your name into the record.
Anna Penn, Chief Financial Officer. We do have a reduction of fees somewhat in our aviation division. We did lose some of our stateside flights. However, we expected a pickup on the new flights into Ireland, even though they have incentive. We do have, in 22, we did have some funds from ARPA that covered our funds of loss. So that's what we're using as covering for the shortfall in aviation.
Okay, so I noted that your ARPA total should be about 10 million, and then you may have already expended, what, about 4 million of that money? Because I'm seeing you carrying it over in your budget. The ARPA Act, you have that you had 6.4 million, but I believe you had already expended about what, the next 4 million from previously. So I'm trying to understand, what I'm getting at is, what is the dollar amount that you're anticipating that you may have a shortfall, specifically on the aviation side, or are you not anticipating any shortfall on the aviation side for fiscal year 2024?
We covered the shortfall. We have we had revenue shortfall, but we're using the ARPA. We have 6.4 in our budget, the final amount that we have to make up the shortfalls for fiscal year.
Okay, and your shortfall, what you're thinking, what it would have been minus the ARPA, 6.4?
Nope. Hold a minute, please.
Madam Chair, could you please hold my time? I also have another question in the meantime, so that we are maximizing the time. Kindly indicate for me when your last audit was conducted.
Our last finalized audit is fiscal year 2018. Fiscal year 2019 is under review. Fiscal year 20 is about 90%, and fiscal year 21 and 22 is about 50%.
Okay, I noted that you only have one audit that is up as far as on your website is the most recent, 2018.
Yes.
So your 2019 is still not completed.
It's under review by the auditors.
It's under review.
Yes.
Okay. And when do you anticipate that would be concluded?
I'm hoping to get that one back by the end of September.
Okay. All right. Also, do you have the answer to the question I posed?
Yes.
How much you're looking at your aviation side?
1 minute.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Out of revenues for the year 24 and expenses for 24, we expect to be like 800,000 short, and
800,000 short on
from
the
revenues over expenses,
Okay,
normal
and that-
operating expenses.
And
yes.
that's just aviation side?
Yes.
800,000. Okay, so that's a major reduction, and this is major reduction compared to
30
fiscal
seconds.
year 2023 and also the previous year to 2022, because you did have some. I also wanted to ask you relative to your federal funding. Do you also have administrative costs that are associated with your federal funding, or indirect costs that goes into some of your operating costs, maybe with your
Time.
procurement and the like, for your federal grants that you have awarded?
No, we don't.
All of it is program costs. Okay.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I don't want to abuse my time. I have concluded all of my questions for this round. I'm trying to behave since you moved me from close to you.
Senator Joseph, thank you for your questions, because you've actually sparked a question for me with regards to the last audit that we see is 2018, correct?
Yes.
And you noted that your 2019 audit is about to close, or you're wrapping up. So you're still behind 20, 21, 22. What is the strategic plan to catch up with your audits? I suspect that the challenges that you've had with your audits is because of the hurricanes of 2017, and it created some issues with your recording your assets because some of your assets were damaged. But your audits impact the local government's audits. So, and what kind of audits? Your 2018 was a qualified or unqualified audit?
Unqualified.
You mean a qualified?
Qualified, yes, sorry.
So based on your qualified audit, so qualified audits, for the sake of the discussion, means that you have things that you need to correct, right? So what is the plan to catch up on your audits? Because I remember years ago, before that, you had that same challenge. We were able to catch up. So what's that strategic plan to catch up with the audits? At some point, audits have to be taking place simultaneously in order to ever catch up. You can't do one, because you won't be out 3 years forever. So let's hear from you.
And a Chief Financial Officer. As of right now, we've brought on some fixed asset. We have a fixed asset division that's doing the going out and catching up with the assets internal. We've also recently hired Benham and Hodge to help with the accounting so that we can bring everything up to date. And I've basically turned over my role. I'm gone now full-time to the audit, and that's why you'll see Ms. Penn, Director of Financial Affairs. She's dealing with the internal, the budget stuff, and all that.
Aye, Pena? I'm dead serious. Aye, Pena to do CFO work?
I think, I would say, I think she's been compensated pretty good. That's what I'll say. She mightn't say the same thing, but for example,
I'm dead serious.
You ask, and I'm serious too. What we did is outside of her job, her scope, we have her doing some additional things, and based on any contractual relationship, we have compensated her based on what we can legally do. So in other words, she gets extra percent for doing some of these extra things. If anybody getting paid enough, I'll be the first to say no.
I'm just asking. I do want to make sure that, we're doing the right thing here. So, but you still ain't tell me how y'all intend to catch up with it. At some point, there must be a rhythm that says we got to do 2 audits within a year. So what is that?
Let me speak to
Yes.
that, right? 18 has been done, audited. 19 is before the auditors. All the information they requested of us, they have it. We are waiting for them. We're doing simultaneously 20 and 21 at the same time. I think about a percent of, I think it's about 90% of 20, you say 20? 90% of 20 is in, and we're working on another 10, but at the same time, we're doing 21. Working with the auditors, we expect to do 2 of them during the same time.
And when do you anticipate closing
And
those?
that's why we went outside of what we're doing. We hired an outside accounting firm to work with us as well, which is Benham Hodge.
So when do you anticipate wrapping up your 2020 and 21 audits? What year?
20, Anna Penn, Chief Financial Officer. 2020, we expect by the end of December. It's about 90. They're just doing like sampling, but they have the numbers. 21 is they're getting numbers. We had couple entries with the pension that we just got the entries for, so we're doing that for 21 and 22. And so they're about 50, and we expect those to be finished by January. But we have submitted most of the numbers, and it's just mostly the accruals being done.
So you do have a strategy to complete your audit. So you have a strategy to do 2 years at once.
Yes.
So you're looking to close one by the end of this year, and then wrap up the other one sometime in 21, sometime in 2024.
21 and 22.
Oh, 21 and 22. So, okay, so you have a strategy. You do have a strategy. All right. Okay, Senator James, Siobhan James, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. Okay, so Senator James is not here for this segment either. He did report that he was present. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Hello. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the testifiers, to the people of the territory. First of all, I did have to commend and I did appreciate the testimony that was given here, and the presentation today was very well done. My first set of questions I want to ask, one of my colleagues had asked a question in regards to the employees, and I just needed a little bit more clarity before I dive into more of my questions. Director Dow, you spoke to, I think you said something about, as of right now, as we stand, we're not terminating anyone. Everyone will be offered a job or something along those lines. The 2 things I want to find out first, when you say as of right now, is that a situation that it might change in the future? That's the first part. And the second part I want to understand is, when we came to those meetings, you spoke about individuals having to be retained for the day-to-day operations of the Port Authority, specifically the airport that's dealing with this P3 situation, investors. The question I want to know, if everyone is going to be offered a job, is that going to be a situation where we're potentially transitioning everyone over to the new investor? Or are we going to be retaining individuals that are needed for their regular day-to-day operations outside of the expansion and needing additional employees?
Okay, fine. Thanks, Senator. Let me try to make myself clear. One, what I said, or what I said, is that the Port Authority have no intent. We're not laying off or terminating an employee. That's what I said. The other part of what I'm saying is that all the employees that work at the port will be, in fact, offered a job. We have not selected no one, so there is no discussion as to what that combination is going to look like. For example, who's going to stay, who's going to go. I can tell you from our experiences with P3, there are employees who opt to go with a new company, as well as there are employees who say, I like it here, I'm staying here. So what that is going to look like, I can't tell you that today. But the thing that I can tell you, we're not terminating any employees.
Okay, excellent. The second set of questions I wanted to ask, I saw that you talked about a 3.9 decrease in comparison to 2023. Could you pinpoint some of the major efforts that were made that potentially brought that about?
In terms of the decrease, what in the budget you're talking about? The 3.9, what are you?
I don't know.
I'm trying to.
A little bit more clear.
Yeah, could you just repeat your question again slowly? Because you have kind of a little static too. Please.
Well, I apologize. I am still suffering from this knee fracture, so I kind of had to stay home today, work from home. One of the question I'm trying to ask, hopefully I'm coming out clearly. What are some of the things that contributed to the reduction in the budget for this fiscal year that's coming up?
Well, I could just tell you generally there are some capital projects that we're not going to do or we forego. Things like that would be the cause, as well as, for example, this body where we would have to pay, I don't know what a number is, but insurance proceeds for our policy, we are able to cut some of that cost out. But mainly would be some capital project that we say we're not going to do, or it's not necessary at this point, or it's not a big priority item. That would be primarily where that would come from.
Okay. Earlier, we spoke a little bit about some vacancies that were available and also some individuals that are working temporarily. You said you often encourage people to apply for jobs, but depending on the job description, you need specific people doing those jobs. Are there any types of training available for existing employees that could
30
be trained in
seconds.
some of these job vacancies that could unilaterally transfer to a different area? Is that something that's available to the employees?
Well, sometimes employees have to take some initiatives too if they want to move. But at the same time, we do have some employees who have moved internally, promoted internally, prepare themselves for some other job in the institution. That happens all the time. But the bulk of where the vacancy would come, like I said, would be in those technical things. So I can't take somebody else, let's say, and I'm just drawing a reference, I can't take the shuttle driver now and put them in engineering. So while we have vacancies...
I don't expect you to do that.
Right, but I'm just saying, it's a discipline. While we have certain vacancies, is whether or not even internally people would be able to do those jobs.
Okay. Madam Chair, may I ask one final question, please?
Sure, Senator.
Thank you. When one of the things that I was reading and getting some information on, I just wanted to ask a question in regards to the airlifts. I saw that, I think I read an article where they were talking about an additional fee to be added on to that. Is that a fee that is, where is that coming from, and what is the necessity, or is this a way to generate money, or is this just an additional cost that's expected?
Thanks for the question, Senator. So on any given day, somebody who have a disability or a challenge, regardless of what it is, to get up to the plane and they can't navigate the stairs. The Port Authority has invested territorial-wide in a couple brand new lifts. That's the mechanism that would lift that person up to get on the flight. That cost had been in effect for quite some time. While we have about 5 lifts ourselves, the private folks like, let's say CGC or Worldwide, the private people, they too have lifts. So they offer that as a service to the airlines. One airline purchases their own. So the Port Authority used to charge $100 for that lift. We're talking about a couple $100,000 for these equipment. So what we've done is increase the cost of moving the lift. That cost is borne on the airline. So a passenger don't pay the Port Authority for that. We go to the airline, and that's the agreement that we have. But more and more, we utilize these lifts because as people have a challenge navigating the stairs. And that's why I continue to come right back that we need to see the days when we have jet bridges, that people don't have to go through that kind of stuff.
Definitely. I definitely am looking forward to those days as well. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the additional time for the additional question.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. So let's go back. Senator Francis Heiliger asked a question regarding your budget numbers. And based on the information that we have in front of us on page 5. Your revenue projections inclusive of your operating revenues for FY24 is $246 million. Compared to your revenue projection, your projected 23, which is 266,185. So that's a difference of like some $20 million. The question is, why are we seeing a reduction in your revenues for FY24? Is it a reduction in your revenues, or is it a reduction in your projects? It could be the projects, because I think Mr. Doe alluded to the fact that some projects may not necessarily come on.
Line. It's a project.
You may respond, Ms. Penn.
Ava Penn. It's a project, Senator. We have a reduction in the amount of projects that we anticipate to undertake for 2024.
Got it. So that's why it's important for us to see your project plan. Okay. And then under your expense comparison, your expense category, FY24 is 82.7 million, 82.8 million. And then, and that's inclusive of your payroll taxes and benefits to your operations. I don't see your capital in there, as we shared earlier. And compared to FY23, that number is 54,875,279, because we're not including the depreciation. So your budget for FY24 is 67.3 compared to 54.9 in FY23, which is $12.4 million more than FY 2023. So how are you making up this difference? Where are you receiving, getting the, because this is operating. This number is tied to operating. So how are you making up that $12 million in your operating? Because you said that you're getting ARPA. I suspect that the ARPA funds is filling the delta of the six of the, but then you still have a $6 million deficit. Unless you are projecting that you will be generating more revenues for FY24 than you did in FY23. And that makes sense, because I suspect that your marine side, your cruise ship numbers will be up. Mr. Dow?
Correct. We expect to see more on the cruise ship side. That's primarily, and the marine numbers should look much better than they did.
And then
the ships wasn't coming when the ships started. Only now we would be seeing ships coming back for the most part, just about full capacity. Yeah.
Oh, so you're using, so you have something that says cash reserves and other. So last year you had you projected for F23 10.6 million in that category, and this year you're projecting 22.4. So cash reserves is your restricted funds, or just reserves that you set aside, and what is inclusive of other?
Anna Penn, Chief Financial Officer. The cash reserve for aviation is, we have the project on St. Croix, the Hera Terminal project. EDA have $7 million for us because of the closeout, so that's part of it that we put in there. That's 7.
That's federal EDA.
Yes, but we used our internal money, and it's money expected back, so we put that in our cash on hand.
Okay, so that's other.
It's in the cash on hand, reserves and other, yes.
So that's other. So yes. Do you have cash reserves? Do you have a reserve fund?
For
reserve dollars currently?
For out of that, for aviation, we have like 3 million, and marine will be like 1 point something.
So these reserve funds are funds you're not expending year on year?
We're not expending in this year. We're holding them to meet demands for next year.
I see. So do you have an overall reserve for the organization
Overall,
that you don't touch unless you have a situation? Rainy day fund, yeah, that's the word.
not anymore.
Oh, you don't?
No.
No, because whatever back then to what the port did have such a fund, but with the challenges that the whole world experienced, and that's why part of what we expect to do, like with the insurance program, instead of liquidating all the money, that's where the self-insurance program comes out. That's we want to start to build a escrow account based on that, and only to be used for serious.
When did we appropriate? When did we make the law to allow you to?
Is it 22?
22. So you should have reserves now.
Well, we put some money, we set some money aside there, and we don't have no expenditure as we speak today. We don't have no claims or anything.
Mr. Doe.
Sorry.
Yes, 300.
You have to
We do have.
a reserve fund. Is no question based on what we said. You're no longer spending the money for the insurance for you're self-insured on the vehicles. I think it is for those particularly on the
Correct.
on the field, if you will. But what money you're not spending, I think there's a portion of that funds that had to go into an account if there is a challenge down the road. So that once that bill is passed and the enactment period is in place, then those funds automatically should start to go into that. So then, but I say the annual reserve fund, which one is it?
And a Penty financial officer, when you asked for reserve, I thought you meant what cash we had on hand that we can use. That I do not.
Cash on hand and reserve is two different things.
Well, on this line, it was, you are referencing this, and this is using what we have on hand. It's not reserves put aside. This is use funds. So that's why when I answered
Okay.
that way.
So on your books, do you have a reserve account?
Yes, we have.
Right.
Right now, we have 300,000 in the insurance fund. PFC has.
No, not PFC. That's monies that I'm talking about.
Local.
Your operating revenues, setting aside funds for a rainy day.
Yeah, we have 300,000 currently. We're putting in another 50. We expect to hit the 600,000 based on what the legislation says within the next year.
Okay, Port Authority. Reserve funds is an important component of every organization. You have to have reserves. You have to. I'm going to go to the next senator. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. Somebody had a question? No? Ms. Penn, Ms. Hodge.
I just want to make it clear.
Please turn on the mic of the testifier.
Clear that in reference to the self-insurance fund, while we're saying we have a reserve for that, that has to go back into the program because in case we have any claims against that particular self-insured program.
It's restricted
we have
funds.
Right, it's restricted, so we have to pay out for that.
Oh, absolutely.
And also in reference to whatever reserve fund Ms. Penn is referencing, please keep in mind that with the ships not coming for almost 2 years, we had to pay out costs for certain expenditures that is now coming into what did you want to say? Coming now to fruition that she has to find money and identify funds to pay out.
You got a good defender.
That's why they get paid.
You got a good defender. So we understand that the funding for the vehicles are in a restricted account. However, the expectation is that as you budget, that was one of the concerns, that when we look at your expenses for FY23-4, we do not see where you have moving money into a restricted account, a rainy day fund. I mean, everybody's doing it. It's lessons learned that a rainy day fund is very, very important for any organizations, and we do understand that much of your resources that you generate is tied to your marine side, and you did take a major hit on the marine side during this whole issue that we have with COVID. So that's definitely understandable. So that brings me to this question. How did you pay your debt-funded marine projects during COVID?
How we paid our debt?
Your debt service, your bond payment.
Anna Penn. We ended up taking out a loan of $7 million from Banco to meet our obligations.
Wow. So, and what's your annual payback on that? Is that included in your other expenses here?
The interest is included in the other expenses. However, it's a fully secured loan. Hence, when you're saying reserves, we have that money fully secured with our reserves that we had for Marine.
So,
It's untouchable.
your annual payback,
We have 3.5 budgeted in this year, 3.5 million.
wait,
3.5?
I ain't seen it.
3.5?
Speaking to the mic.
I'm sorry, yes. 3.5, yes.
And where is it in this page 5? Or even on the,
You're not going to see it. You're not going to see the...
Wait, speak.
isn't it an expense?
It'll be in our use of funds under where the loans were. If you remember, when we come down, we have operating, and then where we have the bonds and the...
Got it.
It'll be up there, so you won't see it on the expenses.
Okay, I'm seeing it. So it's here on the top.
Yes.
But that's your revenue comparisons.
Right.
Okay, so sometimes we forget that your operations is enterprise accounting. So that's why it looks different to what we are accustomed to see. Because governmental accounting and enterprise looks a little different. All right, got it. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. I just got asked a question, if any talks in the making for VI Taxi Association renewal of their contract at the airport?
What I can tell you, this body passed a law that provided for 15 years that couple taxi establishment in this district and St. Croix that they would have to operate. That's what this body passed several years ago. That time has now since passed. So the Port Authority, the board authorized us to go out now and put it out to the open market. So that's where we at, and the chips will fall wherever.
Okay, good. Let's go to the employees now. How much retro money is owed, period, to the employees?
Ms. Richardson?
Do you classify it and unclassified?
Diane Richardson, Human Resources Director. When you said retro monies, you mean dollar amount?
Correct, dollar amount.
I don't have the dollar amount.
Okay, so based on the employees who are waiting to receive the retro, do you have that funds to pay them?
Yes. So the retro that's owed to the aviation union as well as the non-union employees, it only represents about 11 days worth of retro. So it's not a lot of money. It's just from our 10/1/2023 increases to, the 10/1/2022 increases to the date in which we actually had the NOPAs created.
Okay. So what you'll see, Senator, though, is all those individuals who have a contract, that contract is executed, they would have been already paid any retroactivity.
Okay, and I see that you hired 13 employees in the ARFF, Aviation, Marine, Non-Union, Law Enforcement. The contract expiration for the ARFF LEOs, September 30, 2021, is a typo. It's actually 21. They ended in 21.
Yeah. So
they're without a contract now.
that's correct. They're without a contract.
Okay, so some of these persons are being hired under the ARFF and the LEOs. If they decide to negotiate their contract in the 24 budget, would you have monies to cover that? Cover them?
Well, what we'll do, as we go by, we kind of set aside some amount of money for those purposes. But I want to, because you've gone there, let me make it clear again. The ARF, which is firefighters and police, there is an ongoing dispute, not with the Port Authority.
Right, but that
before
dispute has
POP.
nothing to do
So
with
the reason I'm saying is because that hinges upon what monies that they will get or in the future.
Yeah, but you say you hire 13.
Correct. So they're coming in on whatever pay plan there is when we hire them.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. So whenever you negotiate, but you answer the question, you put aside monies. I'm looking at your two statements that you have, that you presented for the 24. Your fringe is very high. How come?
Well, things escalate. The insurance gone up. It might be a GRS payment and so forth, and all whatever expenditures in the fringe. Health insurance is one of the big things that went up.
No, but
and well, let me just say this too. I mean, for the record, and that car share, the Port Authority itself, your central government is 60-40, I believe, 65-35. The Port Authority pays 85% of the employee's insurance, and the employee pay 15%.
1 minute.
So when that go up, the Port Authority takes even a bigger hit.
Okay, so based on your own paperwork, I'm looking at 22, 47% average fringe, 23, 40% average fringe, 24, 59% average fringe. Just based on your own paperwork, right? And that's what I'm calculating. The average fringe I've been seeing across the board roughly is like 44, 45% or so. So when I see 59...
30 seconds.
Well, yeah, that's what I explained to you, Senator.
Because of what you
the
guys
insurance
pay?
alone and the port is 85%. And the central government is 65-35. We at 85-15. So when the insurance go up, you would see a bigger number there in the port. Yeah.
The calculation for personnel versus fringe is what's different. But okay, and I just want to gain a couple more.
Yeah.
The fireboat that you're bringing in compatible to the fireboat
Time.
for fire?
No, I didn't think I said a pilot boat, not a
Pilot
fireboat.
boat. Okay. And finally, let me just get one in it. The billboard signs that you have, what average do you generate from them in revenues?
That we have?
Correct.
At our facilities?
Yes.
I do not have to look at the lease. That's something that the property department handle. It's just a small, I mean, these are mostly small businesses. Local people came with an idea to us. So I'd have to actually look to see what the lease is. I don't know what they pay us right now.
Okay. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So, I think where was the senator was trying to ask is when we look at the expenditures by Prime projected for FY24 and the associated fringe benefits, there is an all other category that's $2.9 million difference from fiscal year 23. So that's what he was asking. That's what he was saying that is off. I guess you're anticipating that there'll be an increase in the health insurance.
Correct. There will be an increase in health insurance as well as every time the salary is going to escalate based on these contracts, and so is the fringe and all these other associated costs.
Yeah, so who shared it, who provided this document?
Ultimately, Dow.
No. The person that provided the document knows the devil is in the details, so just provide us with the details. That's basically what we're asking for.
Okay, so what is the question, Senator?
So, Senator DeGraff,
Which one are you looking at?
expenditures by Prime FY24. Don't go, Senator DeGraff. You get me in trouble and you're gone. Okay, so I'm trying to flesh this out so we could be clear and we understand. So in FY24-22, we saw $11.7 million. In FY23, we've seen that you've only spent 7.3 million, 7.4. So that means that you have another million and change, say 4 million. So that goes back to the 11, give or take, right? And this year, in FY24, you're projecting 14.5. So that's the difference. So the question, and the difference appears to be coming from, under your fringe benefits, you did not break out what is all other. There's a number in there that says 2.9, 2.877363. So the question is basically what it is. What does that make up?
Other, Senator, would be in reference to like holiday pay.
Okay, so you're projecting for holiday pay, you're projecting for, what do you call it? retirement, because you have to pay out the annual leave, all of that.
Yeah, and these projections are based on, for 24, includes the vacancies and the new positions. The expenditures are only actuals for based on existing employees.
Okay, so then this is the question then, because I was going to ask that question. So I think Director Doll represented that he have 58 vacancies. That's correct? Did I pick that correctly?
Yes, that is correct.
So you have 56 vacancies. And remember, colleagues, that they may have vacancies, but they fund their vacancies based on their ability to generate revenues, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so this is a projection based on your ability to generate your revenues for FY24.
Yes.
So basically what happens with Virgin Islands Port Authority is you make projections and your revenues have to support your projections. Basically, if they don't make it, they can't spend it.
Exactly.
So whereas when we deal with other departments and agencies in the government where we put a budget together for personnel for 50,000, they could spend the 50,000. They put a projection for 50,000. If they do not generate the revenues for 50,000, they cannot fill these 58 positions.
Exactly.
So that's what y'all need to say, that how you have to balance, so you truly do the dance because you pay your employees yourself. So if there are times like during the summertime where you will be struggling to make sure that you are able to hit that key card and say, upload that personnel, upload that payroll to whatever the bank is, right? Right? You got to answer the mic, please. I want to make sure that we understand that you do not look like us. You do not look like what we are accustomed to for the general fund budget. So while you may say that you're projecting 2.8, you may not generate, or 14 million for this category. If you don't generate that money, while you want to fill 25 positions next year, you may only generate enough money to fill 5.
Exactly.
True?
Exactly.
True.
And a pension fund, that is true. We
All
also
right.
do it on the expense side. If we find that we're not making enough, we call all the divisions and it's like, tell us what your mandatory is. Nothing else can go through. So we do
Right.
look at what we're making and adjust based on what comes in.
Got it. The grab point of information, and then we're going to move on to Senator Francis Jr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So your paperwork, then documentation where you're showing don't reflect the vacancies at all.
Not the actuals. The actuals are actuals. People on board.
Right.
Projections. the
345 is your personnel, I think it was,
Currently.
currently. So that's what it projects. That's what it shows for
Yeah.
the 345.
Currently for 2023 through
Right.
June.
Into 24, right. Is what you're saying. The
The
projection.
expenditures are through June for the current employees. 2024 anticipates, includes vacancies and new positions. So it's going to be a different number. It's
To the
based on a
56.
different number.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we clear? All right, thank you. Senator Francis Jr., recognize you for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. And thank you to the Virgin Islands Port Authority team. And kudos for your continued work and being a shining star in this community. I also want to say that we look forward to having Mr. Gleason Thompson here on the September 11th. And kudos to his mom who works here at the legislature, Ms. Miller. I also want to extend appreciation and thank you to Mr. Delbert Parson, who was able to deliver that apparatus to St. Croix and certainly avoided us being required to close down the airport. I also, finally, St. Croix have gotten their trolley, and I know Ms. Charles Chihuahua has been on the radio many times talking about this trolley system and having it there. So, Ms. Charles Chihuahua, you got your trolley. So, again, we look forward to that. Mr. Dow, in reviewing your testimony as well as the post-audit division's documentation, I didn't see any KPIs, key performance indicators, and I know that you also get federal funds. Do you track and maintain any KPIs?
Do we track? No.
Anise Hodge, Deputy Executive Director. Senator Francis, we do have to maintain those KPIs for the FAA and other federal agencies that we receive federal funds from as part of the grant award requirements. So we do have those. Locally, we do have some strategic goals and objectives that we are currently working on. We are in the middle of revising what we had before to be more suitable to what our needs are now currently.
And you being my budget analyst when I worked with the Virgin Islands Police Department know the importance of having KPI because you used to be tracking mine, correct?
Correct.
So we look forward to you getting those KPIs because it really talks about efficiency and effectiveness of your agency. You could do all the work you want and think you're being effective, but if you don't have a gauge or guide to make the determination, you don't know where you're at. Do you have any judgments, any litigations against the Port Authority where you're required to pay out any large sum of funds?
No, to my knowledge. Might have sorry.
Deputy Anisa, Deputy Executive Director, not to our knowledge, Senator. We do have insurance that cover that, and right now, not civil judgments like that.
Okay, very well. And Mr. Dow, I know that you spoke maybe not just once or twice in regards to the funding for the Cruise Bay build out there. What's happening in that space? Why haven't you received that funding?
I don't know. I mean, we sent the legislation or the act, and we sent correspondence to the budget director. So it's just for us to continue to try to follow up. I can't tell you why they didn't, but we will follow up with them.
You're being politically correct today, and I know you. If they got money for you, you're going to call them every single day to find out what's going on with your money. Haven't you been doing that?
We call them every other day.
Yeah. Are you up to date with your WAPA payments?
Yes.
GRS?
With WAPA, we up to date with them. They ain't up to date with us. Go ahead.
Expound on that.
Well, we have property that we own, that they have the poles, a whole operation, and hadn't paid us no rent for quite a long period of time. Thus, we have informed them of that. And the Port Authority, our governing board, we expect to proceed with trying to get our monies from them. So, yes, we pay them. They haven't paid us.
And I'm seeing, in regards to
1 minute
HR, real quickly, I'm seeing that your website is down right now and people are unable to see your vacancies. What's happening with that, Ms. Richardson?
Diane Richardson, HR Director. I checked the website this morning. It's up.
It's up? Okay, all right. Well, hopefully it works because we're getting texts indicating down. So now, in respect to the cost for the fare going over to St. John from St. Thomas, when was the last time that has been
30
adjusted?
seconds.
And that's for the non-residents, of course. Have there been any
The last
assessments?
time we did what? Raise it?
Yes. Non-residents.
And a Penchi financial officer, we do not bill the individuals going back and forth to St. John. All we get is docking per foot of the boat once for every 24-hour period.
Just once.
That fee is regulated by the Public Service Commission, wherever you pay going across there.
Very well. And I know that you spoke vehemently about the
Time.
Madam Chair, if I could just wrap up with a couple of things. About the commercial flight and the work that we've been doing in the aviation side of the house. What about the cruise ships? Don't we have Virgin Islanders that also work with the cruise ship that perhaps we need to start to recognize those individuals?
Yeah, the truth be told, I have a note here in my closing that I expect to make reference to that. But yes, we do have Virgin Islanders in St. Croix. We have Mr. O'Reilly. They have a couple people there. One of the things I was also going to say is that we have to build another cadre in spite of sometimes what collective issues you might have. We just lost a harbor pilot. My condolences to him in St. Croix, Mr. Robert Mackay. He passed away. And he was active pilot at the time. He went away and he passed. However, in St. Thomas, we had a young man, Matthew Berry, who went to school here, went off and did his studies, and worked at the Port Authority as a marine person and then a marine manager. And as I speak today, we are all proud that, in fact, he is a harbor pilot, one of the newest. He's still in his 20s, 20-some odd years old. I think he finishes apprenticeship by now. So he's done. So he's a full-fledged pilot. And if we, just like we said to him, he's working, you have an obligation too. You pass the certification, you have to go to Florida and do all these things. And our commitment to you from the port is once you get certified, we will make sure that there's a job for you as a pilot. He's in his 20s, and he's bringing in some of these cruise ships and cargo ships as you see today. Mm-hmm. So that's one of the stories. Matter of fact, he goes to some of the schools, and he assists with the career programs. We really want to do more of the outreach. His parents are always so proud. Miss Linda Berry, who does the home appraisal, and his father, Mr. Berry, who's a professional fisherman. So Matthew grew up in the sea.
Two things real quickly. The road leading to the airport. What is your conversation with Department of Public Works? I know I've asked this question before. Up to this morning, I drove to the airport in order to get over here, and it's just a bad optics. It's like you indicated, the airports are the gateway to the Virgin Islands and then St. Croix. Coming and going from that airport is the first thing you see when you get in there, and the last thing that you see when it's leaving. It's deplorable. What is being done in that space?
We don't like it either. Quite some time way back, from the time it was brought up, we asked Public Works to assist. They told us that they were doing a road project, and when they do a road project not too far away from the airport, they would do that. Most recently, we asked them for their assistance again. I went as far as telling my internally, we're going to fix it ourselves. But as soon as we start that process, my director of engineering said to me, I know you want it done, except we have a problem, which is one of a legal problem. And that's why we didn't, because for us to go out there and fix such a road will be out of bounds. But I was so frustrated, I told him, let's fix it. And my director of engineering, Preston, he kind of held me back from going forward. But we really need it to be done. That's everything. You're entering, you're coming, you're leaving. The last thing is for you to tell us how that road is. In St. Thomas, we're a little fortunate. I was able to get, I don't want to call him by Charlie. What's Charlie Christian? No, man, what is it? Mr. Isaac of Public Works. We had put out a similar request, and he came and did some patching. But we really need an overlay in the St. Croix airport as you're coming in. That hole in front with the horse race track and you coming in there, it's just a nightmare, truthfully.
Very well, and my last question that you can answer in the chair time, because she's been more than lenient with me today. Maybe it's because I'm up next to present. The hotel. What is the status on the hotel conversation down at the Port Authority property on St. Croix? I know that there was some discussion in respect to that.
Okay, so that has, because it's land entrusted with the FAA, we had to get federal authorization. We're now wrapping up. It's been a challenge because just to get proper people to appraise the property was one thing. We've now sent that up to the FAA. The FAA has now put out, they have, I think, a 30-day period. I just checked on that. They're going to be over by September 15th. They now had to put out a 30-day for the public to respond to them. So we're waiting and getting that back from the FAA, and then we'll be able to proceed with that project. But just be clear, all the port is doing is making that property available. Whoever the investors that we've been talking to and who said that they want to build a hotel, then it's up to them now to finance that project. And I'm making sure I'm clear about that it's not the port to build a hotel. We're making the land available, and once we get the answer from the FAA, then they will know and they could proceed with whatever financing to do this hotel project. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Francis. I need you to say that again, because we have a way of providing misinformation. Say that again, because there was discussion, the Viper Billing Hotel. So say that again. So we could clear on the fact as to what you make available and then the investors have to come.
Right. In St. Croix in particular, that land, we had somebody who said, hey, they want to put up a hotel. We went through the processes of trying to lease it. In order for us to lease that property all with the horse race track and all that stuff across from the airport, 400 acres, that's property that the FA gives to the Port Authority but entrusted. So which means we cannot do as we choose right away with the land. So when we're doing a project like the gentleman came and wanted to do this hotel, we have to get the authorization from the FA, which we're in the process. However, the dollars to literally build, all we're doing is leasing the land. Similar to what GRS is just doing. They lease the land, a private entity is who building the hotel, actually. So we're not building a hotel.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you for making sure that we're clear on that. Senator Fonseca, you are recognized for your point of information.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to quickly ask question here regarding page 4 of your budget. Page 4 with the parking. And I just want to quickly say too, you know, when we compare you with UVI, WAPA Housing and Waste Management, you're the lowest paid, but you're the highest performer. But we ain't going to talk about that. Anyway, so the daily rate is going from $10 a day for the parking at Cyril King Airport to $20 per day. So can you give me what that means in your revenue projection? And is that in your other operating revenues? And how many new parking spaces you're going to add down there at the airport? Because I know the parking was tight. How many new spaces you're adding?
Senator Ava Penn, currently we have 275 parking spaces. With the new transportation center, we're going to 311. When the first phase opens up in November, we'll have, I think it's 161.
The overall, though, the overall of the garage is like 550 overall in a parking garage, and then it's broken down into the pieces.
Okay, and what's the completion date for that parking?
We expect to open 50% of it in November. And then we expect to open another area in January. The entire project we expect to be open in April of 24.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Ms. Adao, you shared with us in your testimony that you are currently, you provided the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority a notice to vacate the property that we discussed, that we actually transferred here in this institution. We worked along with the Port Authority to do that. But you also shared that you are working, you're setting aside funding in your budget to address cleanup, paint, and
yeah.
Why is that your responsibility?
Well, the property is now ours, and if we expect to improve upon it, the remediation must be, the buildings have to be demolished. I don't know that nobody else going to do that. But I also want the caveat is that we are engaged with some discussion with Tropical as well as to partner with us to do development there, and to include what the legislation called for. So it would be on us to, but just be clear though, those trailers that WAPA and their contractor have there, we made it clear in our writing to them that we expect them to clean that area here.
But that's where I was going with it, because you didn't make reference to the fact that you have the demolition, but that, which is understandable, but you made reference as if there was other work that was going on there that was as a result of the WAPA being on the site.
By extension, just so that it be abundantly clear, by extension, WAPA have their contractors who's doing the work at the plant, the new generators, that's who is there.
Okay, got it. So they have a responsibility to clean up before they leave the site. I know that a few years ago there was a discussion around a solar farm. But before we go to that solar farm, you have a small solar farm at the airport. Is that solar farm operable?
Yes, it's operable.
And are you generating revenues from it? Are you getting your what is you call the buyback, if you will, are you seeing a reduction in your WAPA bills due to the fact that you have that solar farm? Because I recall a number of years ago, that was not happening. So what's happening now?
Anna Penchi, financial officer. What we ended up doing is we came up with our own calculation, and when we pay our bills, we take it off.
Well, let's so that the public, because this is, I mean, I don't want, so that we could be clear. The Port Authority had asked WAPA over years to come up with a formula how we're going to offset this cost and what, every time the meter spins, what kilowatt hours we are paying for. To this date, WAPA had not done that. So our internal engineers, we devise our own plan internally, and we deal with our consumption. So we know what we're using there, what we're getting from the solar farm. So every month when we're paying WAPA, we deduct what the solar farm is producing from the bill.
So is that an agreement you have with WAPA? Because when the bill comes for the ensuing month, the following month, are you seeing a outstanding amount on your bill for the amounts that you didn't pay?
For a while, they were taking it. Recently, they sent back and started taking it off, but we are in discussion with their office. We do send them all the spreadsheets every time we send it. What's the consumption, how we came up with it. So we are in discussion because lately they have started putting it back on.
So just let me say this I wanted y'all to put this on the record for the public. Okay, I heard you, Senator Johnson. 1 second. How long has Port Authority have that solar farm at the airport? It's been a while.
It was before the hurricane. Sure, a little well before the hurricane.
No, man, long before the hurricane.
That's about, from what we know, 20. It's about 2013. It's a long time.
So since 2013, we are still experiencing a problem with Port Authority is still experiencing a problem with settling on what is it that you generate in energy, and to see that reflected on your bill. The reason why I brought it out is because you're not alone. There are private homes that have the same problem. I just got a call last week from some elderly folks who have the same issue. So if we're going to put in the solar panels and we are to see a reduction in our utility, at minimum, they need to make that priority. You shouldn't have to be calculating your own thing from your engineers, and then your engineers telling you, well, this is the amount for this month, and then you deducting it for your bill, and every month they're sending you another bill. So you see, I need to be clear. Are you seeing once you pay, if your bill is $100 and you pay $25, are you seeing $75 coming back outstanding from the previous month?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah, but Senator, the Port Authority, not today, not yesterday, for a few years, we have, and because I don't like these things to play out publicly, but what we have done over time, up to as recent as the gentleman, Mr. Smith, that's there, we reached out, we asked to speak, we asked to talk, we are asked to sit down to resolve this kind of issues, but we've made it clear. So when our engineers finish and we see what our solar produce, we deduct that from our, and it seems to be, because it ain't like they ever come call us and say, hey, man, it's just so nonchalant. I'm sorry, but that's what it is.
And I respect your position of not wanting to play it out publicly, but it's a public issue. Because like I'm saying to you, it's not an issue that you alone experience from your organization, corporation. It's impacting private citizens, similarly so. So that's why it's an overarching issue that needs to really be addressed. Senator Johnson, Senator Blyden, let him go. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your point of information. And then Senator Blyden.
What I wanted to get clear from WAPA is, did WAPA apply for net metering or total withdrawal from WAPA? And if the application was put in and was approved by WAPA? Because what I'm hearing from you is you got these panels and you should have a next meter actually reversing showing what you're producing. You apply for net metering?
That was done way before my time, but we didn't, I don't remember that we did apply. But this was something that was sanctioned by WAPA way back when that was done. There was something sanctioned. As a matter of fact, when it started out, they used to come. It came a point when all of that stopped, and the storms came. We rebuilt the farm, and they never showed themselves again.
So you don't have a meter, you don't have a separate meter showing what you're producing?
Yeah, we have meters at our facility, the solar farm, that tells us how much kilowatt hours we get from the solar farm. So when we do that, we make a calculation every month and deduct the amount of production that we're getting from the farm to WAPA. And that's what we pay. We've been paying them that bill for quite some time now.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
But you're still showing that you have an outstanding debt with them.
Well, I think just recently they had taken off some piece of it, no? I think some piece was removed, but that
yes or no? Yes? Yes?
They were taking it first, but they have now put it back on. We are in discussion with them, though. They were doing a true-up in their office about it. So it's on, but they're not charging us interest on that part.
All right. So I know that the Port Authority also was looking into a solar farm in the St. Croix district near the airport a number of years ago. Is that still something you have on the table?
Well, it is still something that is on the table, but WAPA themselves, I understand, have a real huge solar project, and we have to see how these things are going to play out on what impact or effect. If it's they're looking to do acres of solar, and if it's going to benefit us, then it might make sense for us to do it. But we have our board that authorized us to look at that before.
Okay, very well. Senator Blyden, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Director Dow, in respect to VI Taxi Association, I'd like to get some clarification in that respect, because you said the 15-year contract, is it up or is it almost completed?
September is the end.
It's finishing in September.
Correct. Not only them, we have about 2 other taxis that operate from our facility whose contract would expire.
Okay. How much did they bring in annually to the Port Authority, the contract?
How much their contract?
How much, yeah?
Their contract is about, I think, $6,000 a month.
Okay, $6,000 a month. Okay, very well. And you said once it's up, it's basically an open market. It will not be renewed, correct?
No. Well, let me just say it this way.
Yeah.
Don't want it sound so harsh.
Okay, correct me, please.
The Port Authority, the contract would be up in September.
Okay.
Even by policy, we would put it out there to whoever. They will be free to respond to a bid like everybody else.
Very well. Very well. I digress. I'll have a further discussion offline. Thank you so much.
No problem. But just for the record, so it's East End, so it's Crombie. All of those up, and we're putting them out. We don't know what we're going to get, and we'll see.
Okay. So we are about to wrap up. So let's just talk a little bit about the dredging situation that we have. So in your testimony, you made reference to the fact that you are prepared to dredge, I think it was 36 feet?
Our application is in for 40 feet. 40. Based on what WICO said the needs are.
But your pocket says that you don't have 40 feet of dollars, correct?
There is $17 million that the administration is making available to do the dredging, and that could do up to 36 feet.
Right.
So it'll be additional close to $8 million needed to get to the 40 feet.
So what concerns me with this whole thing is, you made reference to the fact that Puerto Rico, the Army Corps of Engineers does the dredging for Puerto Rico, correct?
Within the harbor, yes.
Within the harbor, right? So The last time the Port Authority did dredging was 2015, 2016?
2014.
2014. So is it that at what point, I guess I'm going to ask clearly, will the Army Corps of Engineers treat us the same way that they're treating Puerto Rico? Is there any conversation around, so we dredge now, they support us next? Because I know that the last dredging cost you, I can't remember, what do you remember the number?
I think it was around
9 million?
14 million or something.
10 million?
9? About 9 million, I believe.
Yeah.
And that was just for a small area.
part, right?
Yeah.
So I'm saying, but Port Authority has been dredging, because I remember the last one was a few years, it wasn't that long ago.
No.
It didn't seem like it was that long ago. But is there conversation around when do we see the opportunity for Army Corps of Engineer to provide us with the same service, if you will?
Thank you. I am glad that you asked us that. So, Ms. Anis Hatch to my right, Governor Albert Bryan and some other folks, and Preston Breyer, our Director of Engineering. We all met with the Army Corps of Engineers there a couple months ago. We were up to the Army Corps in Jacksonville twice in 1 month having this kind of discussion. Because it's not only us, it's also the Department of Public Works with the highway that they want to put in.
Mm-hmm.
So in our discussion, yes, we have asked them, and the roadmap has been kind of given to us or shown to us as to how. Because probably the Virgin Islands is one of the few places that have a main harbor that the Army Corps does not dredge. Puerto Rico have 4 major harbors: Ponce, Mayagüez, San Juan, and all those harbors. Matter of fact, about 30 days ago, Puerto Rico got $53 million from Army Corps to dredge their harbor. And I just going to put this caveat. And what the Army Corps would only pay for is 36 feet. However, and most states, main channels, main harbor, is done by the Army Corps. But unless an appropriation that the United States Congress gave to the Army Corps to do these things. However, the big caveat, and we have had a discussion a little internally, the Director of Engineering and our staff, we have now entered a discussion because Army Corps is saying to us, we could do this too, except that all those harbors that I mentioned in Puerto Rico are federalized harbors. And that's the only way they will come and do the dredging. So our harbors was at one point way back when federalized. It's not today. We have to apply, we have to request, and go through that process. And just for the public, since we said this, for the public to understand, federalizing the harbor in me, you're giving away a single thing. All that means is that if you want to now build a monument inside the harbor, you would have to go to the Army Corps to get the permission. It has nothing to do with, for example, Mr. Gabriel, Public Works, doing this new highway on the bulkhead that's permitted. It has nothing to do with the upland side. So only until or unless we want to put something in the middle of the harbor, it would become an issue. So I'm saying that because we have a way to run out with misinformation and say, you hear what they're doing? They're going to give away the harbor now to the federal government. Well, in fact, the United States Coast Guard is parked right every day in our harbor. So all it means is that for maintenance purposes, which we need to do it, so that every couple of years we don't find ourselves in this situation that we've been discussing right now. So the Port Authority, yes, we have started that discussion, and we expect, the governor's right there with us, that we expect to go through that exercise to try to have that done. Army Corps have made it abundantly clear to us that they too are prepared to come to help in terms of the public information and education relative to what is and what is how we go about federalizing these harbors.
Thank you for that information. I think it's very important information. Let me just ask you, the $17 million that became available from what sources of funds?
Well, I mean, to my knowledge, I don't know. I think it's through the Public Finance Authority. I'm not certain. I just know the administration have indicated
so
that.
The reason why I asked that question is, I'm glad that you put all that you put on the record, because what we find ourselves doing is we have, we bump in our heads, right? We bump in our heads, but we have to look at what the future going to look like for us. So we have the Port Authority responsible for dredging the harbor, correct? Is it a joint dredging, or you're, based on my knowledge, based on the law, it is your job?
Correct.
Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Good. So we have a Port Authority that's responsible for dredging the harbor here in the territory to accommodate the different classes of ships. The commerce. Let's just say the commerce, right? And then we've never had the discussion, or have we ever had the discussion about the fact that we have to come up with these millions of dollars. Viper has to come up with these millions of dollars to dredge the harbor on a 5 years, 6 years, whatever it is, depending on what it is, the sand collection. I know a little bit. The sediment, that's the word, right? The sediment collection. And we're responsible for it. If you can't afford it, then we have to figure it out. I suspect that because of the dollars that we had available from as a result of the storms of 2017, we probably were able to set aside our money because PFA ain't float no bonds for that. So it must have come from the, what you call it, CDBG-DR funding to make that accommodation. But I believe that I have to agree with you that the conversation is ripe for us to have the discussion and be clear on what that means for the Virgin Islands if we are going to have the expectation of the Army Corps to provide some level of assistance to the territory moving forward as it relates to this important conversation, because our commerce, everything that comes into this territory, everything we wear, we eat, literally comes on those through the harbor. Correct, Mr. Dow?
That's correct.
So we have to ensure that we are protecting our commerce as well, in addition to the fact that tourism is a major component of our bread and butter. You like to use the word bread and butter. That's our bread and butter. So my only ask is that we figure out, and it's part of the responsibility of this institution as well, because St. Thomas in particular is on 32 square miles, give or take. We get a little more square miles now with the, they ain't give us that number yet, but we gotta get that number, right? And when we go see a little more. So we're still smaller than the Big Island, right? But St. Thomas in particular is 32 square miles, give a little. And we have 2 ports, and I know that we had the discussions back in the day where we had the conversation that it's 1 port, correct? 1 port, that's the messaging that's provided out when we're having the conversation. So we got to figure out how to make sure that we remain 1 port until we could do whatever else is different. But we got to make sure we, because at the end of the day, we only have, is something that's very important for all of us to remember. When we allocate our funds, it goes into 1 bucket. It don't go into 2 different buckets. It don't go into a bucket for the St. Croix district or the St. Thomas district, and likewise with the situation that we currently have, it don't go into the 2 different ports buckets. So we got to consider that as we generate our revenue. So I'm just asking that we figure out how to resolve this, whatever this issue is, and really work. I think what matters more than anything else is the fact that we have the discussion with the Army Corps, because our revenues can only generate but so much based on our population here in the territory. So utilizing $17 million, or 20 million if you will, to dredge every 5 years, that's a big dent on the people of the Virgin Islands, and definitely that big, because you would have to come back to us to ask for it. So that's why the last time when you did it, you were only able to do a small fragment, because you do it based on what you're generating. So it's tough. So we have to figure out how to get our federal partners to assist us to get this work done. And I like what you said, because of course, you know, federalizing stuff could create a whole nother story, because we know what's going on with the land swap, right? So we get it. So I understand, but again, we have to think about what the future of the Virgin Islands will look like when it comes to. So can we, the 30, what is it, 36? 30,
36 feet?
36 recommendation, that accommodates the Oasis class? That's what they call it, the Oasis class?
Yeah.
That's correct. Right now, the Miami Harbor is at 36 feet.
All right. Okay. Very well.
But I, since we got, I just want to make it clear: the application that's in before the Army Corps of Conservation for Shatamali Harbor to include right next to Waiko is that of 40 feet. That's what Waiko has asked. That's where we are.
Senator Francis Jr., point of information, but I believe this, we need to change the stenographer. So we're going to take a quick recess and then change the stenographer, because I think she's been asking for a second. Yeah, my bad. So the committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. The Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance is back on the record. We had a point of information from Senator Novalee Francis. You may proceed, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I know you just had that whole discussion about dredging, and I wanted to go back to Executive Director Dow and ask him about the situation of the dredging in both Frederickstead as well as the Schooner Bay Channel. I know the Schooner Bay Channel for certain have been on the table for quite some time now, and I know during his testimony he talked about the corals in that area, but what is the true status and what's happening with that request?
Good afternoon, Deputy Executive Director.
Please recognize the mic of the testifier, please.
Good afternoon, Deputy Executive Director Anis Hodge. In reference to the Schooner Bay Channel, that has also been part of the conversation that we're having with Army Corps. There's some challenges in that how it's currently being utilized. We are looking at creating another passageway, but that is going to impact, like the director said, the dredging and the corals and moving those along. So that is part of the Army Corps discussions that we're having to also try and federalize that channel as well.
Part of what I'd like to add, though, is in that dredging, that for St. Croix in particular, again, this is not the port speaking, please. This is the United States government speaking. And when you submit that application, several federal entities must weigh in on that application before they give you the permit. The United States Coast Guard have to weigh in for navigational purposes. The big one is normally fisheries. So they're going to start to tell you that, well, this coral here, and if we have done it before, so it's not insurmountable. They would want we have to pay people to monitor and dive. They want you to take this coral from this place, replant it somewhere else. But I say there's some very beautiful coral there in the Gallows Bay area that if disturbed, then they have to have a plan of action, how and whether or not they're going to allow us to disturb it and how much. So I just want to make that clear. So it's not that we don't want to, but we are going through that exercise. Army Corps of Engineers have been very good in terms of responding to us and our meetings and the dialogue. Like I said, in 1 month, staff and I and the governor have been to Army Corps' doorstep in Jacksonville twice, having those kind of discussion, and they agree to they agree to have employees who are assigned to these projects at the Virgin Islands. To me, that's a big thing, a big first for the territory, and a request of the governor at the time to have them directly assigned. So,
very well. If you could talk about Frederickstead Pier as well as timeline, if there's any established timeline in which they intend to get this completed.
Senator, before we move off of Schooner Bay, just wanted to let you know that we also have the federal cost share agreement that we're currently working on for Schooner Bay with the Army Corps. So we're working with our bioimpact as well as our marine consultants to get a federal share application through with the Army Corps.
And in Frederickstead, Senator, there is some dredging. In order to get a little larger ships into Frederickstead, there are some dredging that are required. I can tell you that we are in dialogue right now with our partners as to how we're going to go about trying to dredge Frederickstead area so that we could accommodate a little bigger ship in that area there. No, thank you. And sorry. Go ahead. Speak into the mic.
Go ahead.
Yes, Ava Penn.
So we have a new reporter, so please put your name on the record.
Ava Penn, Director of Financial Affairs. Just to go back to Senator Francis's question regarding the St. Croix Airport Road, I followed up with the Commissioner of Public Works, and he indicated that the funding for that road is in the Transportation Trust Fund package that's currently before this body for consideration. So once you dispose of that, then that road will be taken care of. Okay?
Territorial Airport Manager Jerome Sheridan, if I may, Senator, in between, I wanted to make a statement with that, is that in between we get to the point of doing this, we've actually reached out to some local contractors to kind of help us shore up some of those holes that are to the entranceway of what you're talking about as an intermediary until we get to that point of actually fully paving the road. So we are actively working on trying to get that roadway up at least to par for the time being until we get the full project done.
Thank you for your responses. Ms. Penn?
Anna Penchi, Financial Officer. My staff texted me and said we're now getting interest, so just wanted to clear the record.
WAPA.
On the WAPA issue.
Let us know if we need to help I fight this. Why not? The Iran.
Yeah. And we
It
do have
isn't cool.
And we do have a net metering agreement from 2020.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I think that Ms. Penn made a, we have to close this meeting because our friends from, I don't remember what department it is now. I can't imagine. Our staff from the legislature is here. But Ms. Penn, you made a reference to the fact that the Department of Public Works shared that there's a matter that's before the institution with regards to fixing some roads. But we are challenged, so we are still looking at the numbers because there's a $30 million ask that came down in our supplemental, and we're trying to figure out the revenues. So it's not that it's sitting here, it's that we're just not seeing how it's aligning with the revenues that we're currently seeing and what was appropriated in FY23. So that's the hold up right now. So we have to make sure we put on the records because we don't want anybody to feel that the legislature is holding up moving forward with fixing roads. Okay? All right. Let me see if I have anybody on St. Croix that's asking anything. Okay. Okay. I think you've answered all the questions. I know, Ms. Adao, that you are not necessarily in control of the numbers with regards to the passenger numbers, but we've seen a significant decline in the what do you call it, air traffic numbers, because by now we had seen, I think sometime in 2019, we had seen where our air traffic was approaching 1 million. If it wasn't at 1 million, right, it was very close to 1 million, 900 and something thousand. And now, based on your testimony today, we're seeing that we're back down to 830. So that, what is that conversation that you're having with the Department of Tourism and the Virgin Islands Port Authority to ensure that we are able to see additional airlift in the territory? Because these numbers are very concerning, especially, I think at one point we were about 800 in the St. Thomas St. John district. St. Croix has started stayed steady at 200. So we're not really necessarily seeing that change there, which we should be seeing an uptick, but we still ain't seeing it. So, you know, at some point the conversation needs to be had as to how do we truly make progress around our airlift in the territory. We ain't seen it. As a matter of fact, it's on the decline.
Well, what I'll say is I'm optimistic. That's what we have there. I believe that unlike other folks, I really believe that we will see more than that. And the reason being, remember that's with several of the major hotels offline. You're gonna have the Western coming online full-fledged in this coming fiscal year. But another issue though that have some impact is world events. The fuel prices, being able to fuel these aircraft. We had a challenge where this year, and so airlines going to make decisions on that. They had a point when the scarcity of the fuel getting here were forcing airlines to leave here, go either Puerto Rico or St. Croix, refuel, and all of that drives how people view it. But more than that, if you look at the price to fly to these islands, it's astronomical. And so that is hard to even imagine. You could look for a round trip ticket there, you could pay $1,500. And so while other jurisdictions, I remember now, we were really doing a good job, tourism, everybody, in terms of the building and the momentum. When COVID hit, that kind of number that you saw, things were looking good, but the whole world was closed. So people who really wanted to get out were coming to the Virgin Islands, who were still open. So you're seeing a correction of some of this. But I believe that we would, something telling me, I think that I'm optimistic. I think that we might see some new, movement flights come this fiscal year that we're not including here. I believe we could even see a new airline this next fiscal year that we're not seeing here. So I'm optimistic.
So then what your 2023 numbers look like then for your airlift? Because your numbers then are extremely conservative.
Oh, sorry. What 23 was?
For 23, St. Thomas is 604, St. Croix is 2.
In the mic, please put on the testifiers mic, thank you.
Estimated.
You have to start over because the mic wasn't on, sorry about that.
Estimated for 23 is 604 for St. Thomas and 200 and about 209 the same for St. Croix.
Yeah, the numbers are low. That's under. That's a little more than 830, but the numbers are low. So, I asked a question, and you probably don't have the answer. Although the chair of the tourism sits on your board, correct?
Correct.
Sorry, the commissioner sits on your board. I asked a question because you gave a good example. For instance, I experienced just recently that I wanted to leave the island on a Thursday, and the ticket was $3,113. But if I left on a Wednesday, it was $745. So I guess the question is, I know that that's not the work that you necessarily do. Yes and no, give or take. But what is that collaboration between VIPA and tourism to kind of mitigate or have the discussion as to what's really happening? Because fuel cost is down. So why would I see a $2,000 increase from a day to the next day?
While fuel costs might be down, it's capacity. In other words, let's say at King Airport, it's only X amount of 100,000 gallons of fuel could be stored here. So when you have and I'm just referring to the big four, big five that comes in here, your American, your Delta United, the amount of fuel that they're taking on, they sometimes it has time when they're rationing it. It's telling American you can't get your full capacity, so we have to fly to Puerto Rico, we have to fly to St. Croix. So capacity is also an issue in terms of how much. So while fuel may be down, is what storage capacity we have at King Airport, or even sometimes in St. Croix. So it's a whole lot of factors that plays out here. But I really believe that what we will be seeing is, I'm the ultimate optimist, and I believe we're going to see some growth in marketing that goes on. We do have conversation, and I believe that we should see some growth. And we can't negate the fact that what those prices that you mentioned, so when people could go to our Caribbean island for $400 round trip, so we are challenged by all these kind of things.
And you're saying that a lot of this was created as a result of COVID? Because we didn't really see that before.
Yeah, but with COVID, remember when the whole place was locked down, Caribbean islands were literally locked down. People wanted to come here, and they were coming in droves. But the system now started to self-correct. And we have the issue now of the hotels and so forth. Western is going to be, to me, a great help coming online,
Something still don't make sense to me.
Senator, Territorial Airport Manager Jerome Sheridan, also that played also with the Director Dow is correct. The Westin coming online, all these other amenities that draw airline service to the territory is a really good thing. However, they have made some, I would say, business decisions with some of their equipment that they're flying. When I say equipment for the traveling public, we're talking about aircraft itself. Right now, only we have Delta Airlines. That's the biggest aircraft that we have with the 757. That's an older aircraft. They're going to need to be economically and make some changes soon with that aircraft as well. But the frequency starts going down with those type of aircraft. So we're not getting the frequency like we should. Now, if you're asking us, do we work with tourism? Yes, we work with the Commissioner Busholti. We work with Assistant Commissioner Allen Henneman Timon on how we can move these things forward in the territory regarding airlift. Again, I don't want to put in a public record. Myself, the executive director, the Bryan administration, we've all met with folks to help the airlift in this territory. So to sit here and, like I said, I'm just as optimistic as my executive director, Carlton Dow, to say that, you know, in this territory, we are pushing 100% to improve the airlift of the U.S. Virgin Islands. We play second to nobody, just like he said in this opening statement. So I just want to put that on the record that, you know, this team here, everybody here is really pushing to make sure this territory has the best in this region in regards to either getting down island or back to the United States of America. And we hope in St. Croix internationally as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dow, you train them up good.
Huh?
You missed that good. You train them up good.
What was interesting, he said that he agreed with me. I didn't know if he could have disagreed.
Point. All right. So I think the airlift is a challenge, particularly in the island district of St. Croix. But our other concern, like we've said, is the costs. I mean, I just don't understand $700 Wednesday and $3,113 Thursday. That's really what the crux of my conversation was. Okay. So colleagues, I think we've exhausted all of our questions with regards to Port Authority. I want to thank you, Mr. Dow, you and your team, for being here this afternoon and being one of those agencies, like I said earlier, who's always willing to come in and share what's actually happening within your organization. You know, as much as we are doing good work, there's always more work to do. There's just a thing. It's just always more and more and more. So we want to ask you to continue to keep your head up as it relates to, you know, your financials, because we know that absent of your revenues, you can't pay your employees, you can't do your capital projects. So you have to work a lot harder than a lot of others here because of how you generate your revenues. So I want to thank you for the time that you've given us today. We know we've had you here since about 11:30, so you're probably hungry and we're not feeding you. So give you 30-second close and we're going to let you go.
Thank you. On behalf of the Virgin Islands Port Authority, we want to thank each and every one of you and the senators. You've been tremendous support. The Brian Roach administration has been very supportive. All these employees, the 340 some odd employees that we have, as our governing body especially, those are the people who set out the policy. And clearly we have work to do. We're not perfect. We're going to continue to have things to do, but that's why we get paid every day and get up every day with the same energy to go. So I really want to thank all of you for your participation and understand that this economy, the Port Authority, for the most part, is the economy in a lot of different ways. Whatever we eat, whatever we consume, and like Florida, where they drive from state to state in a tractor trailer, it all comes through our ports. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you again to you and your team. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess for 10 minutes.
3-6 Productions.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please call the item up in block number 3?
Block number 3, Legislature of the Virgin Islands, invited testifier, Mrs. Kurel Sheridan, Executive Director, Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Madam Chair, that concludes the reading of Block 3.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This afternoon, the Legislature of the Virgin Islands has decided amongst its caucus, its majority caucus, that we will hear the budget of the 2024 budget of the legislature. This may appear unprecedented, but in the effort of transparency within the organization of the legislature, it is important that we bring the trust of the people. So we want to share with the people of the Virgin Islands what the legislature budget is. As I shared earlier this morning when we started, we will hear the testimony of the executive director, and the Senate President does have some opening remarks as well. We'll hear the testimony, and we will make a final decision as it relates to the legislature's budget in caucus. But we want to share with the public what the legislature is thinking. Okay? Mrs. Sheridan,
For the explanation,
please put your name and title on the record.
Corel Sheridan, Executive Director, Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
And Mr. Benjamin.
Good afternoon. Michael Benjamin, Acting Business Financial Director.
Okay. And of course, we're going to start with our esteemed Senate President, Mr. Novelli Francis Jr.
Mic check 1, 2. Good afternoon, and thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Senator Donna Frick Gregory, Chair of the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, members of the committee, my colleagues, and the viewing and listening audience. I am Novell E. Francis Jr., President of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. And I am accompanied today by Ms. Corel A. Sheridan, J.D., Executive Director, Mr. Michael Benjamin, Acting Director of Business and Financial Management, and Mr. Norman Edwards, Director of Human Resources. I appreciate this opportunity to present the legislature's budget request for fiscal year 2024. The legislature is one of 3 co-equal branches of government of the Virgin Islands of the United States, with powers delegated by the Revised Organic Act of 1954. The legislature is comprised of 15 senators who serve for 2-year terms, and of 15 central staff division which serve as non-partisan support staff to all senators. While the legislature is a co-equal branch of the government, it is not equal in funding and has not received the budgetary increases afforded to the executive branch or the judicial branches. As my team and I will present today, the FY 2024 budget represents a modest increase in the legislature's operating budget. The proposed budget realistically balances the needs of the institution, but also supports key objectives of accountability, digital transformation, and transparency. Madam Chair, I am sure that you and our constituents will be pleased to hear about the measures implemented by the legislature that support greater accountability and definitely resolve the concerns of the 2011 audit by the Virgin Islands Inspector General's Office. As an organization, the legislature strives to be fiscally responsible and does its best to make $1 out of 50 cents. However, this often comes at the cost of the resources needed for our employees. I commend all of our hardworking employees who do their best to perform at a high level despite limited resources. The transformational outcomes that our community expects from the first branch of government often elude us largely because of these budget shortfalls. In the past, more of the legislature's internal processes have come online, which support greater efficiency and contribute to our goal of becoming paperless. The legislature has significantly invested in our professional development. We have broadened our multimedia reach to online and streamlined platforms so that hearings, town halls, and other legislative activity are more widely accessible. Finally, as the first branch of government, we are well on our way to being a leader in digital transformation as we deploy technology in ways that build organization efficiency and customer satisfaction for all who interface with the legislature. After years of stagnant funding that have not kept pace with operational costs, personnel costs, or the overall cost of maintaining the first-class organization, we're requesting a modest increase of less than 1%, or $106,000 over our FY 2023 allotment. Colleagues, this FY 2024 increase helps us to bridge the gap to attain organization transformation that is within our reach. Our total request of $24,402,000 recognizes and is built on a strong foundation of careful planning, resourcefulness, cost-saving strategies, and the increased use of technology towards a more efficient and forward-thinking organization. At this time, the Executive Director, Sheridan, will now detail the request.
The chart below provides a historical budget overview from fiscal year 2021 to the current request. The chart clearly demonstrates the maintenance of a $21 million operating budget and small increases to the line item requests over time. Historical budget overview. Fiscal year 2021, operating $20 million, line items $2,025,000. Fiscal year 2022, operating $21 million, line items $3,045,000. Fiscal year 2023, $21 million, operating, line items $3,296,000. Fiscal year 2024 budget request, operating $21 million, line items $3,402,000. The fiscal year 2024 budget request includes operations for senatorial offices, $6,615,000. Legislative committees, $1,160,800. Central operations, $13,224,200 for a subtotal in operational costs of $21 million. Line items: Legislative Youth Advisory Council, $5,000. Mandated observances and events, $133,000. Uniform State Laws Commission, $30,000. Equipment replacement and software renewals, $517,000. Insurance, $180,000. Training, $75,000. Maintenance of central staff races and merit system, $962,000. Capital projects, $1,500,000. Subtotal, $3,402,000 for a total 2024 request of $24,402,000. Operational expenses. In accordance with Act 6792 of the Virgin Islands Code, funding to sustain senatorial office operations is tied to the operational budget of the legislature. Therefore, based on an operational budget of $21 million, the senatorial share required by law totals $6,615,000, or 31% of the operating budget. Committee share totals $1,160,800, or 6% of the operational budget, and the remaining $13,224,200 is 63% of the operational budget. These costs are used to sustain operations. Broken down by cost center, the $21 million operating budget consists of personnel costs of $12,450,000, or 59%, fringe benefits at $5,460,000, or 26%, and other services and charges $3,090,000, or 15%. The fiscal year 2024 request reflects negligible changes projected for all costs from fiscal year 2023. There is an increase in personnel costs, representing the offset from hiring new employees and expected retirements. A decrease to fringe benefits based on a more accurate health insurance contribution calculation, and other services are also expected to decrease as large cost overruns from line items are no longer expected. Personnel service and fringe benefits support 83 senatorial staff employees and 139 central staff employees for a total of 222 employees. That breakdown is as follows: Senatorial St. Croix, 36. Senatorial St. Thomas, 47. Total senatorial, 83. Central St. Croix, 48. Central St. Thomas, 91, for a total of 139 employees on the central staff. By Island, St. Croix, 84 employees. St. Thomas, 138 employees. Personnel services. During fiscal year 2023, 8 positions were assessed when they became vacant and were deleted from the personnel listing. These deletions were made to support divisional reorganization efforts to reduce redundancy and account for increased use of technology. Positions deleted are as follows: Groundskeeper, St. Croix, Writer, St. Croix, Administrative Assistant, St. Croix, Researcher, St. Thomas, Assistant Director Facilities, St. Thomas, Security Supervisor, St. Thomas, Director of Procurement, St. Thomas, and Assistant Chief Reporter, St. Thomas. Currently, there are 9 vacancies. In fiscal year 2023, 7 vacancies are expected to be filled, and in 2024, the remaining 2 vacancies are expected to be filled. Additionally, an anticipated vacancy is expected to be filled in fiscal year 2024. Those vacancies are as follows. 1 St. Croix Legislative Reporter, 1 St. Thomas Legislative Reporter, 1 St. Thomas Computer Specialist, 3 St. Croix Capitol Police Officers, 3 St. Thomas Capitol Police Officers, and 1 St. Thomas Assistant Director of Human Resources. During fiscal year 2023, there were 18 senatorial separations and 12 central separations, broken down as follows. Senatorial resignations 4, senatorial retirements 0, senatorial dismissals 14, central resignations 2, central retirements 10, central dismissals 0. Other services and charges. Other services and charges include supplies, professional services, contracts, membership dues, rent, maintenance, travel, utilities, and other operational costs. Other services is broken down as follows for the 2024 request. Supplies, $200,000. Professional services and contracts, $720,000. Membership dues, $147,800. Rent, $256,000. Security monitoring, $174,000. Communication costs, $220,000. Maintenance contracts, $172,200. Travel-related costs, $750,000, and other operational costs, $450,000, for a total of $3,090,000. The Legislative Youth Advisory Council. The Legislative Youth Advisory Council is comprised of 16 youths, aged 14 to 23 years of age, and 4 ex officio senators. The council's duties include advising the legislature on proposed legislation, budget expenditures, and policy matters related to youth, consulting with study commissions, committees, and task forces regarding issues related to youth, and conducting seminars for its members regarding leadership, civics, government, and the legislature. The Legislature Youth Advisory Council has not expended any funds to date, but is expected to expend monies once the council reconvenes for the 35th term. The request for fiscal year 2024 has therefore been reduced to $5,000, as the council will only replace members unavailable to serve, thereby reducing startup costs. Legislative Youth Advisory Council funding in 2023 was $15,000, expended to date 0, projected expenditures $2,500, projected balance $12,500. Mandated observances and events. According to the Virgin Islands Code, the legislature of the Virgin Islands must host a number of observances and ceremonies in support of legislation. These events include swearing-in ceremony and related events, pre-legislative conference orientation, African Liberation Day, Flag Day, Transfer Day, permaplaque ceremonies, lay-in states, funeral wreaths, and other events in support of the legislature and its employees, such as our employee appreciation activities. The legislature fully complies with all legally required observances and actively participates in group activities organized by third parties, such as Relay for Life, the Governmental Softball League, Battle of the Agencies, and Employee of the Year, to name a few. Additionally, the legislature plans and hosts in-house several employee events. Activities planned for 2024 are included in the appendix. The fiscal year 2024 budget request for mandated observances and events has been increased to $133,000 to more accurately cover all costs related to these events. Over the years, the number of mandated observances has increased, and the number of mandated observances officially observed has increased. Some of these required events were historically funded from operations. For example, in fiscal year 2023, we have approximately $66,550 worth of expenses that should have been absorbed in this line item, but instead were covered by royalties received from the publishing of the Virgin Islands Code. The fiscal year 2024 request will ensure that all event and observance-related costs are paid for from this line item. Funding for 2023 was $75,000, expended to date $75,000, projected expenditures $0, projected balances $0. Uniform State Laws Commission. The Commission on Uniform State Laws is comprised of 3 members of the Virgin Islands Bar Association. 1 commissioner recommended by the governor, 1 by the president of the legislature, and 1 by the president of the Virgin Islands Bar Association. Commissioners' duties include attending the National Conference of Commissioners on Uniform State Laws and promoting uniformity in state and territorial laws with model legislation. Uniform law commissioners from across the country convene each summer to review draft acts and approve new uniform laws. The 2024 annual meeting will be held in Boston, Massachusetts in July. The legislature's funding allocation covers the cost of membership and conference attendance. Additional funding for a total request of $30,000 is requested to allow an additional attorney to attend the annual conference. Funding for fiscal year 2023 was $25,000, expended to date was $25,000, projected expenditures $0, and projected balances $0. Equipment replacement and software renewals. The legislature supports on average 280 employee Office 365 suite access, internet, phone, Wi-Fi, backup servers, and Xerox machine rentals. Of note, in 2023, a reduced Xerox machine rental cost by $4,000 per month was negotiated, and the Office 365 subscription suite is anticipated to be reduced by approximately $30,000 by adjusting our product mix, thus allowing for a reduction in this line item to $517,000 in the requested budget to account for the $74,000 expected cost savings. Funding in fiscal year 2023 was $591,000, expended to date $582,170, projected expenditures $8,830, projected balance $0. Insurance. Currently, the legislature carries liability insurance as required by our landlords for the legislative annexes on St. Thomas and St. John. Additionally, the legislature has insured the structure of the St. Croix Golden Rock Complex. However, it is recommended that the legislature increase its current coverage to adequately reflect building replacement and contents costs. The additional premium amount for St. Croix explains the insurance line item increase to $180,000. Funding in fiscal year 2023, $40,000, expended to date $40,000, projected expenditures $0, projected balances $0. Training. Technology, employee engagement, learning and development are key strategies employed by the 35th legislature to enhance employee performance, boost employee productivity, and improve morale. The legislature is pleased to share that 100% of divisions within the central staff have had at least 1 employee attend or is scheduled to attend training in 2023. The current budget request includes an increase in the training line item for a total of $75,000. These additional dollars are to increase training opportunities within the central staff to provide opportunities for employees to explore new topics, refine their skills, expand their knowledge, and make key networking contacts. The legislature's central staff has historically had low representation at the National Council for State Legislature section summits, meetings, and conferences, which disconnected the Virgin Islands legislature from valuable and relevant benchmarking, cutting-edge strategies, and initiatives from our national legislative counterparts. We seek to permanently change this, and we hope to support the establishment of our division heads as national committee leaders. Planned 2024 trainings include law enforcement officer dignitary protection training, human resources training, and NCSL section meeting attendance. Funding in 2023 was $40,000, expended to date $40,000, expected expenditure $0, projected balance is $0. In fiscal year 2023, some of the employee trainings are as follows: financial software and accounting training, new supervisor training, clerks and secretaries NCSL section conference, protocol training, NCSL annual conference, hazardous chemicals training, human resource workplace investigators training, ADA and FMLA training, National Court Reporters Conference, cybersecurity training, writers workshop, Nobel Police Leadership Conference, post training, firearms certification training, NCSL section conferences are scheduled, and CPR is also scheduled. Maintenance of central staff raises and merit system implementation. Annually, this body asks the question, what is the morale within your organization? However, year after year, very few departments score above 7. The legislature is no different, as high levels of morale are attributed to significant investments in infrastructure, merit systems, and leadership. Additionally, many times the idea of rewarding workers for a job well done has also been a consistent ask of this body. The legislature is improving the physical spaces employees occupy, is investing in employee training, and desires to implement a pay-for-performance merit-based increase system as a multi-layered plan to improve the employee experience. What exactly is pay for performance? The term pay for performance refers to a pay strategy wherein evaluations of individual and organizational performance have significant influence on the amount of pay increases given to each employee. The legislature is uniquely positioned to implement a pay for performance structure in a 2-year period. When a pay for performance structure functions properly, outstanding performers will receive the greatest rewards, to acknowledge their superior contributions, and to motivate them to continue high performance. Average performance will receive substantially smaller raises, which may encourage them to work harder to achieve larger raises in the future. Poor performers will receive no increase, which is intended to persuade them to improve their performance level. Coupled with a learning management system, poor performers will be placed on a learning and development plan to improve their skills. It is in that vein that the legislature asked for $25,000 to implement a learning and performance management software. The additional funds in this line item will maintain the current salary levels for employees and support a request of 3% across the board salary increase for the first year of pay for performance implementation. The software selected will also include leadership evaluation and rewards training. In future years, we will ask not for across-the-board increases, but rather merit-based increases from 0 to 7%. Funding in fiscal year 2023, $650,000, expended to date, $775,000, projected expenditure, $75,000, projected balance, 0. Capital projects. Projects planned for 2024 are as follows: proxy guard, swipe access control system, air conditioner replacement, 10% FEMA match, fire suppression system, electronic gate, vehicles, roof replacement, landscaping, elevator upgrades, Smithsonian book return, new flagpoles. Improving the safety and security of the legislature is a focus of the 35th legislature. For the last 3 legislatures, the foundation has been laid to transition the legislature's security division to a Capitol Police division. Significant strides have been made towards this goal, such as the implementation of a police academy requirement within 12 months of hire for all new security guards, ensuring bag and body scanners are fully functional, and improving our surveillance camera technology. Further, we have increased recruitment efforts to attract and retain sworn personnel. It is in that vein that monies from the capital projects will be used to invest in RFID proximity guard tour systems on all 3 islands, upgrade our access control electronic and physical key systems, install a fire suppression system on St. Thomas, and upgrade our elevator on St. John. Additionally, the capital funds will be used to provide the 10% FEMA match as we complete our 2 existing projects on St. Thomas and St. John. Funding in fiscal year 2023, $1,750,000. Expended to date, $1,661,027. Expected expenditures, $88,973. Projected balance, 0.
In closing, we present to this body our budget request of $24,402,000, which includes funding for the Legislature Youth Advisory Council, the cost of mandated observances and events, membership and travel for the Uniform State Laws Commission, equipment and rental and software renewals, insurance, training, maintenance of the central staff raises, and implementation of a merit system, capital projects, senatorial committee, and central operations. We respectfully request your thoughtful consideration and approval. Thank you for providing the opportunity to testify in support of our budget requests for FY 2024. Before we close, we thank all our dedicated, hardworking, and exceptional employees, the leadership team with their employees who maintain the central staff operation, the legislature after legislature in support of the people of the Virgin Islands. We hope that you, our employees, are proud of the budget provided. It is a reflection of the level of appreciation we have for you and your efforts and attempts to ensure that you have sufficient resources to do your jobs well and are compensated fairly for your role in the success of the legislature. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for this time and opportunity.
Thank you to the legislative family for ensuring that we are able to show to our community that we are up to transparency and providing information with regards to our budget. This particular segment of this hearing is aimed to achieving a greater good as servants of the people and to ensure accountability to our taxpayers in order to build trust amongst our community. We know that all the departments and agencies have come before us, and the legislature of the Virgin Islands does carve out some $20+ million of the taxpayers' dollars. So it's important for them to understand exactly how those funds are used. And I'm certain that the information that was shared today will be put in a place where the taxpayers of this U.S. Virgin Islands can, in fact, review them. So I want to thank you, Executive Director, Mr. President, for sharing the information that's before us today. We are not going to ask ourselves any questions. We will decide as to whether or not the proposal that's before us is, in fact, appropriate for the legislature. And I have nothing further. So the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance for today, we will meet tomorrow, is hereby adjourned.